A court reporter present? Okay. Who is that court reporter? Just need you to make yourself known to us.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is John Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, how are you today? Welcome back.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. We will open this meeting of the Illinois Board Review for today, November 21st, 2023. We've muted everyone, principally because we need to be able to move forward without any outside distraction. So as your case is called, of course, you will be unmuted. We ask that you pay close attention in our preliminary matters because your case may be called. And it may be called with the outcome of mute or mute complied. That means that you're done for the day. It's been resolved. But if you need explanation as to why it's been labeled as moot or moot complied, please call the administrator's office. They can give you greater detail. And by doing it that way, you won't interfere with our hearing of additional cases. We have a fairly long list of cases to be heard today. And so we want to give everyone a fair chance to be heard before midnight, if we can. And so if you have questions, please call the administrator regarding the outcome of your case. We appreciate that. We will begin with the board and other panelists introducing themselves. After that, we will ask the law department's representative to list all those cases that have been resolved or they're requesting continuances or for other reasons can't be heard today. Again, I'd remind everyone that this is a formal hearing, as if you were in a courtroom. So we expect that you would be deferential to the rules, that you would be dressed properly, that you would not be reclining or lying down in your bed or eating or smoking, any of those things. This is a formal hearing. And if you cannot comply, we will not hear your case. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant Sr., board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll hear from the law department, who will share with us the list of matters that have been resolved or will not otherwise be heard today.
Good afternoon, board members. Jim Kelly on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. What do you have for us today?
So starting with number 5 on the list, HA 2022-004901, 5211 North Warnock Street, Cecilia Parks Lopez. That's an agreement for a city affirm with a $150 fine.
City affirm $150 fine? Okay, thank you very much. We will poll the board on HA-2022-004901, 5211 North Warnock Street. Per agreement, city affirmed with a $150 fine.
City affirmed per agreement with a $150 fine.
City firm per the agreement with a $150 fine.
City affirmed per the agreement with a $150 fine.
City firm per agreement with $150 fine.
Thank you very much.
Next is number 6, HA 2022-004902, 6808 Sprague Street, Mary Weaver, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you very much.
Number 7, HA 2022-004905, 7353 Oxford Avenue, Bissett, Durham. That's a continuance request. That would be a joint request.
Okay, joint request. We reviewed this in executive session and granted the joint request.
Next one is number 8, HA 2022-004909, 341 Carson Street, Thomas Conway IV, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Moving on to number 13 on the list, 13, HA 2022-004943, 1521 Kinsdale Street, Cassandra Lawrence, moot.
Moot, thank you.
Number 14, HA 2022-004949, 1829 JFK Boulevard, Judy Nee, moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Number 15, HA 2022-004952, 2011 East Elkhart Street, Jeanette Antonetti, moot.
Moot, thank you.
Number 20 on the list, HA 2022-005040, 7121 Louise Street, Melvin Young. That's an agreement for a city of firm with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
30-day stay. Okay, thank you. We'll poll the board on HA-2022-005040, 7121 Louise Street, Melvin Young, per agreement, city of firm, 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Next one is number 22, HA 2022-005157, 501 Armstrong Street, Tyrone, Ragsdale. That's an agreement for a city of firm with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
90-day stay. Okay. We will poll the board on HA-2022-005157, 501 Armstrong Street, Trainee, Ragsdale. Per agreement, city of firm, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
Number 23, HA 2022-005167, 1845 Hartrant Street, Insight Construction Inc., moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 24, HA 2022-005189, 7014 Forest Avenue, Lenora Golden, moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 25, HA 2022-005190, 3223 Unro Avenue, Wang Kong Kiang and Yi Wan. Agreement for a city of firm with a $500 fine.
City of firm, $500 fine. Okay. We poll the board on HA-2022-005190, 3223 Unruh Avenue, Wang Kwang Wang and Yi Wan. Per agreement, city of firm, $500 fine.
City affirmed per agreement, $500 fine.
City affirmed per the agreement, a $500 fine.
City affirmed per the agreement with a $500 fine.
City affirmed per agreement with a $500 fine.
Thank you very much.
Number 26, HA 2022-005192, 301 East Hunting Park Avenue, Moshe Malka. That has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay, thank you.
Number 27, HA 2022-005210, 7522 Thorin Avenue, Tamala Bradford, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Number 28, HA 2023-000075, 1462 North 56th Street, Teresa Johnson, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Number 29 and 30 are sort of taken together. That's HA 2023-000287 and HA 2022-005158, both at 715 South Fraser Street, both with Heather Fortune. That's a joint continuance request on both.
Okay, joint continuance request. Okay, that's granted.
The next one is number 31, HA 2023-000764, 6855 Ogons Avenue, Lucretia Flewellen, moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 33, HA 2023-000156, 1850 East Venango Street, Deborah Carter, that's moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 35, HA 2023-000085, 1129 South 48th Street, Colin Plover, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Number 40, HA 2022-003-258, 5516-30 Chestnut Street, Joseph Rogers. That's a continuance request by the appellant that is unopposed.
Okay, we'll continue that matter.
The next one is number 41, HA 2023-004-472, 6736 Ogons Avenue, Sheila Robinson. That's been withdrawn by the appellant.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Number 42, HA 2023-004-428, 6736 Ogons Avenue, Melissa Hamilton. There's been an agreement for a city affirm with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
Agreement, city affirm 60-day stay of enforcement.
Excuse me, Chairman Woodson.
Yes.
Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. Before you vote on that agreement, I've been unable to get in touch with her since she initially agreed. And I'm just wondering if she is on the call today, if it would be possible to go into a breakout room with her.
Okay. Let's Melissa Hamilton, are you present? If you are, please raise your hand. Use the icon at the bottom of the screen to raise your hand. Melissa Hamilton. Let's do this. Since there is a proposed agreement that would resolve this matter, why don't for today's record, we'll continue it and give you an opportunity to connect with the appellant so that they can, you can submit the agreement in writing. We will accept it into the record at a later date.
My only concern, Chairman Woodson, is that this is a cease.
Okay.
And I've been completely unable to reach her.
Okay. Well, what would be your preference for today then?
If she does not appear at the hearing, then I would ask the city affirm for failure to appear.
Okay, well, let's just hold this matter to the last matter on our calendar today, and we'll
Mr.
recall it.
Chair, I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Was the issue of standing straightened out?
Not yet, because we can't address that until the appellant is present to respond. And so we in fact may wind up dismissing the whole thing at the end of today's hearing. It appears, Ms. Costello, is this a tenant or the owner?
Yes, it is. Chairman Woodson,
Okay.
it's a tenant.
So I think, Mr. Washington, I think that may answer our question. I think this is a tenant. So that would explain why the different names.
Okay.
So let's recall this at the end of today's calendar, and then we will address it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, do you have anything else?
That's all that I have, although I do believe that some of my colleagues have other matters.
Okay, let's hear from them. I ask you to raise your hands, and so I'll first hand I see, I'll respond to them. Mr. Rarder.
Thank you. Good morning, members. May it please the board.
Yes.
Leonard F. Reuter, Senior Attorney for the city. Regarding, sorry, let me just make sure. Number 36 on the list, HA 2023-000082 for 6307 Ridge Avenue, the Presbyterian Church of Leverington. Mr. Mattioni, counsel for the church, and myself, we've reached an agreement to ask for a joint continuance in this matter of at least 90 days. We submitted that request yesterday. Mr. Mattioni I don't believe is here. I just wanted to confirm whether that was granted.
Yes, that was reviewed in executive session. We granted that request, so it will be continued.
Okay. You may want to wait until after my colleagues are finished with their additional continuance requests, but there is a continuance request that was made with respect to number 43 on the list for 2100 Diamond Street.
We anticipate having some before we decide that.
Yeah.
We need to hear from both parties.
Right. The city is objecting to that
Yes.
continuance request, so you'll probably want to deal with that after everybody else.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Here I go. Okay. Ms. Dejanay Davis.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
I want to draw the board's attention to number 29, Jesus. Number 19 on the today's list, appeal number HA-2022-00 5038. It has been brought to our attention. Well, this matter is going to be marked moot as there has been a declaration of taking by the Department of Transportation with regards to this property, and which became effective, I believe, in August of this year. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention, just put a little bit of that on the record. I did speak with the attorney representing the appellant. He did not have to show up as the matter was
Okay.
moot. I just want to bring that to the board's attention.
Thank you.
And I also want to bring the board's attention
Excuse
to
me, so how are we marking that?
As moot.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
If I'm speaking too fast, please let me know.
Okay.
And I will also want to draw the board's attention to case number 39 on the list. Appeal number HA-2022-001493 2115 Cybert Street. This matter is being marked moot complied, with the understanding that the appellant will obtain a vacant property license. David Denningberg is the attorney on this matter. I believe he has his co-counsel here representing the appellant, Ms. Taylor Brady.
Okay. But the yes, the based on what the city now represents, this will be noted as moot complied.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Mr. Jeffrey Cohen, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen
Afternoon.
for the city of Philadelphia. I'd like to call your attention to number 34.
34.
2023-000167. This involves 4138 Parish Street and Mr. Jay Kamen, or Advanced Communications LLC, member Jay Kamen. This matter was actually resolved by the parties, and we emailed our settlement agreement to the board. But this should be a city affirmed with a reduction of the statutory fine amount to $200. That was
Okay.
the email that I sent, I want to say on Friday.
Okay. $200 fine. Just so I have it correct, city affirmed with a $200 fine, Mr. Cohen?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, we'll poll the board on HA-2023-000167 4138 Parish Street. Jay Kamen doing business as Advanced Communications LLC. Per agreement, city affirmed with a $200 fine.
City affirmed per agreement with a $200 fine.
City affirmed per the agreement with a $200 fine.
City affirmed per the agreement with the $200 fine.
City affirmed per agreement, $200 fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board.
Yes, Miss Mary Costello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Whitson. I have matter number 40. It's 551630 Chestnut Street. And
I
after
think it was noted as continued earlier.
oh, okay, great. That was the only thing I was gonna say.
Yep,
Great,
it was
thank
noted.
you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Kelly, you have anything else for us?
Just briefly, I see one of my cases that was marked as moot complied is with Miss Cassandra Lawrence. I see that she's still on the call. I just wanted to be clear that she can leave. Her case has been moot complied.
Okay, Ms. Lawrence, this is a public hearing, so you're very welcome to stay until the end if you'd like. But your matter has been resolved. We won't do anything else with your case today. Thank you. Okay, just want to quickly go through things just for a moment. See if there's anything major that the board itself had questions regarding. Number 10, HA-2022-004915, that's 10970 Bustleton Avenue, Saeed Kazmi. Anyone present representing that location? And who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Skiles, good afternoon. Our issue here is that I believe this is a LLC ownership and they need legal counsel. So is anyone present representing that matter? Anyone present? Okay, Ms. Skiles, have you had conversations with anyone?
I did, I spoke with the named appellant on the phone yesterday. We didn't, I called basically to ask if he had counsel. However, our phone call was cut off short. I think we lost contact. And when I called back, there was no answer. I did email the named appellant the exhibits, but we did not have an opportunity to have a full conversation.
Okay, what we will do, we will call this matter in regular order, and we will dispose of it at that time.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ready? Just one moment, please. Okay, that brings us to one additional matter. This is number 43, HA-2023-002498, 2100 Diamond Street. Judith Robinson is the appellant. And Mr. Rauter is the representing the city. So, Mr. Rauter, I just wanted you to be prepared to respond to this request for a continuance by Miss Judith Robinson. Ms. Robinson, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Ma'am, can you turn on your video so we can see you?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robinson, and if you would, we'll need you to remain stationary so that we can keep up with you, and we'll need light so we can see your image.
Right. I want to make sure that I put light on. Okay. Yes. Can you see me now?
Barely, because whatever light you're using is glaring your face.
Okay. Let me change that.
That's better there. I'm not sure where that is. If you could remain in that space, that would be helpful. Okay, now what we want to do, Ms. Robinson, would you raise your right hand so I have you sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I affirm.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Now, Ms. Robinson, you submitted a request for a continuance. Would you mind sharing with us?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I informed the board that I need to recuse myself from this
Oh, yes,
case.
sir. Yes.
Since y'all already discussing it, I'm going to recuse myself now.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Washington, if you could go into one of the breakout rooms, that would be helpful.
Breakout room.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Robinson, would you mind putting on wait just one moment? Mr. Washington hasn't left us yet. Okay. Ms. Robinson, would you share with us your reason for your request for a continuance?
Well, we had several reasons. So this case was expedited by the city's attorney, and we were kind of caught off guard as a community. And we realized that we're out of our league, so to speak. We don't have an attorney. We haven't had a chance to seek counsel. We thought we could take it on our own, but we realized as a community, you know, we really need help. We need help, and we're asking some attorney out there who maybe can help us to try to contact us to do that. That's the first thing. And then secondly, we found out through just trying to get the word out that people were confused by the military time used on the Board of Notification of Hearing. And that had people confused. We know that it's at 1:15 when we should have gotten on a call. And some people thought it was 3:15 because it said 13:15. So that's another thing that caught a poor Black community kind of off guard. You know, it's that, you know, we just didn't know procedure and things like that. And then the other thing that concerns us is that this is a holiday season. A lot of people have gone to visit family and out of town. And although our community is distracted, we really think this is such an important issue that it should be heard at a time when people aren't so distracted by the holiday, etc. And then we just really are requesting prayerfully that this case could be continued just to give us a chance to just catch our breath as to what's happening to us. This is a historic corridor, and you know, this is so many issues that are here that we just are begging for a chance to perform the best we can as a community. We hope that you all will meet with your approval that we get this continuance. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions, Ms. Robinson, before we ask the city to respond. But are you representing yourself, or are you formally representing an organization?
Well, sir, at the time, June the 1st, I was a facilitator and representative of the 32nd Ward RCO. So I did put my name down as I am a homeowner who would be impacted just 300 feet away from this development. So I guess you could say I am a homeowner and an applicant, and as my name is there, but at the time I was a facilitator for the 32nd Ward RCO, which since has been, and I know I don't want to get digressed to tell you all the things that has happened to try to usurp my position in that for over a decade in that position, but just suffice it to say,
Ms. Robinson, what I'm trying to determine is, when you made the appeal application, were you representing at that time yourself as a resident, or were you representing the organization on the appeal? That's why I'm asking the question.
I understand, sir, and I just wanted to tell you the dual role that I was playing. I am a homeowner, like I said, and I also was representing at that time and date on June the 1st when I appealed through, and it does have that on the application, Judith Robinson, my name, and then / 32nd Ward RCO. So that's the reason why. At this time, I would have to say I'm out here by myself.
Okay.
The appellate, Judith Robinson, the homeowner. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So you would then have to hire an attorney to represent you if you were to have an attorney on this matter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Rauter, your response?
Sure.
Wait, just a moment, Mr. Rauter. I just want to confirm, Ms. Robinson, your statement was you're asking for some attorney to represent you, but you don't have an attorney, and you actually don't have one that you've spoken to represent you should this matter be continued. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been before this board before, is that correct as well?
Never.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rauter?
Yeah, the city does object to the continuance request. As was indicated, this appeal was filed in response to the decision of the Historical Commission to approve new construction on a lot that's been vacant for over 20 years. And that appeal was filed June 1st. So if there had been an organization or a corporate association of any kind, or even an unincorporated association, we all know that they would have been required to be represented by counsel, because an individual cannot represent other persons in a proceeding that runs afoul of the rules that would restrict improper acting as an attorney. So if there were a 32nd Ward RCO, that would have been that Ward RCO would have needed an attorney. As Ms. Robinson has indicated, she is not here on behalf of the 32nd Ward RCO, which does not in fact exist as an RCO. There is a 32nd Ward, of course, but the 32nd Ward RCO, so-called, was not properly registered for this year. So there is no 32nd Ward RCO. So in that instance, so again, if the 32nd Ward RCO at the time of the appeal had been filed, they would, as all RCOs are aware, they are required to be represented by counsel. So they had since June to obtain an attorney. But Ms. Robinson, as an individual, can't speak on behalf of the community, number one. She's speaking on behalf of herself. She's the only individual named on the appeal. And Ms. Robinson also had, since June, to obtain counsel for this matter. This is not a rushed hearing by any means. In fact, the city could have, and probably arguably should have, requested an expedited hearing back in June, but we didn't do that. It got to a point where the related zoning matter for this will be proceeding in December before the zoning board. And it's our position that it would be much, much better and arguably even necessary to have this issue resolved before the zoning board goes forward, because we don't want to continue this. This is an important project for the city, and we need to have this resolved as much as possible before the end of the year. So with that, Ms. Robinson, as an individual in a civil matter before the Board of L&I review, doesn't have an absolute right to an attorney. She's had more than enough time to get an attorney. She hasn't done so. The fact that this case was listed for today would have been this, and the city did, in fact, yes, we did make a request at some point to expedite the matter. About a month ago, we made that request, or several weeks ago, and that was granted. But it would have been the same as if the board itself, on its own accord, had scheduled the case for a certain date. And no doubt at that time, whether it was next 2 weeks from now or 2 months from now, Ms. Robinson would be here making the same request that she wants to have more time to get an attorney. It doesn't matter. She's had since June to get an attorney, and the city would ask that if she's not prepared to go forward today, we would ask that the appeal be dismissed. And in lieu of that, we would ask that the appeal go forward as scheduled without counsel.
Okay. Thank you. I note a couple of hands up, but we won't respond to any other outside questions. This is strictly a matter for the appellant, Ms. Judith Robinson, and the city. This is not a community hearing as such. There's several particular rules that we have to follow. Now, what we will do regarding this request for continuance, the board will take a short executive session to review this request and respond in a few moments. So it's currently, according to my clock,
Mr. Kelly, I just want to confirm, if the decision is to proceed to hear the case, Ms. Robinson, are you at all prepared individually to go forward with this matter?
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I had a question for Mr. Router. I just want to verify that the file date was June 1st of 2023 this year?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, it certainly was this year. I think it was June 1st was the actual date, and I think Ms. Robinson herself just said that. I can pull up the document if you want, if you give me a sec.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Robinson is confirmed June 1st.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I would invite the board to meet me in the executive session for a few moments. It's 2:12 now. We'll be back. We're going to go back on the record regarding HA-2022-005190. And I strike that. My apologies. The correct number is HA-2023-002498, 2100 Diamond Street. Miss Judith Robinson and the city, Mr. Carter, after considering the request for continuance and hearing the arguments, we will hear this case today. And so we will move forward with the hearing. We will call it in regular order. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go back. I think that's the last matter we had for executive session. Mr. Wade, let's call our first matter.
So there was a request for case number 9 due to inspector's availability to be called.
Okay,
first.
we will hear that one. Then we had another matter, I think, that we wanted to hear before we got
That was
too far.
resolved.
That was resolved?
Yeah, that was the Dave Denenberg
Yes.
case number 39. That was resolved as moot compliant.
Oh, okay. So that one we won't hear it all. Okay.
I'm going to get Mr. Washington out of the breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
And this is case number 9, hearing appeal HA 2022-004910, 4245 O Street, Elizabeth Savas.
Okay.
Cuevas.
Okay. Anyone representing that address, and who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen on behalf of the city.
Okay. Anyone present representing 4245 0 Street, O
Yes, sir.
Street?
Yes, I'm the owner, Elizabeth Cuevas.
Oh, Elizabeth Cuevas. My apologies, we mispronounced your name. Now, are you represented, madam, by an attorney?
Yes, he should have been on.
He is here, Mr. Stephen Feinstein.
Okay. Mr. Feinstein, please unmute and put your name on the record.
Mr. Feinstein, you're still on mute.
He still seems to be muted.
Mr. Feinstein, we see you on the screen.
Okay.
Here he is.
I should be unmuted now.
Okay. Mr. Feinstein, would you place your name on the record, please?
My name is Stephen Feinstein, attorney ID number 48737.
Okay. Thank you. And you're representing Miss Elizabeth Cuevas?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Alrighty. Again, Mr. Cohen, you representing the city in this matter?
Yes, and as a preliminary matter, as I emailed last week when I sent the city's exhibits, the violations, many of the violations have been complied. The sole violation that the city will be presenting today is the new use or change in use violation that this property has been converted to a 2-family dwelling without the appropriate zoning/use permit.
Okay. The change of use is really the matter for today's hearing.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Feinstein, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you have a witness today, Mr. Cohen?
Yes, the city calls Inspector Roberto Rivera.
Okay, let's do this. Roberto Rivera. Okay.
He is here on the call. I think he might still be muted.
I'd like Mr. Rivera and Ms. Cuevas to raise your right hand so that you both can be sworn.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Just that, do you both swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth shall help you God? Ms. Aguero?
Cuevas.
Cuevas. My apologies again. I'll get it right.
Okay.
Your response?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Just as a preliminary matter, Ms. Cuevas, you have an attorney, Mr. Feinstein. If the two of you need to confer, let us know. We'll put you in a breakout room so you can have a confidential conversation. And I always say to appellants, when they have an attorney represent them, follow your attorney's instructions. And so that you can get through this in a way that's fair and equitable to all parties. Okay, Mr. Cohen, you have a witness to start with.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Inspector Rivera. If you could you let us know if through the course of your duties for L&I, you have reviewed the records for and inspected the property at 4245 O Street?
Yes, I have reviewed the records and inspected the property at 4245 O Street.
Thank you. And I'm going to, with the board's permission, share an exhibits packet on my screen.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, before we proceed, Ms. Cuevas, the name on the screen is Carlos Andino. Who is that?
That's my son.
Oh, okay. Would you mind changing the label to your name, please, so that everyone is clear who's the appellant?
Oh, no, I'll do that.
We don't know how to do that.
I'll do it.
The administrator will do it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Cohen.
I am going to share on my screen the exhibits packet that has been previously provided to Mr. Feinstein and to the board. Inspector, can you see this exhibits packet on screen?
Yes.
Did you inspect this property recently?
Yes, recently.
On which day or what dates?
It was on, I'm sorry, November 19th, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Did you inspect this property or go to this property on November 7th?
7th, yes.
And this is pre-labeled as Exhibit C1. It's from pages 2 through 6 in the packet. Did you take these photos?
Yes,
And are they fair and accurate representations of 4245 O Street as of November 7th?
correct.
How many doors and mailboxes do you see in this photo right here?
2 doors, 2 mailboxes.
And scrolling down to page 3, is this well, what's depicted in this photo?
2 mailboxes. And the address.
And
3 persons on 1 mailbox.
sorry, is this the photo on page 4 that you're talking about?
Yes.
And now going to page 5. What's, sorry.
Another mailbox, page 5, with another person's name.
Thank you. And is this the door to the basement entrance on page
Yes.
6? Did you return to this property on November 10th?
Correct.
And are these what's labeled Exhibit C2 from page 7 through page 13 in the packet? Are these your photographs from November 10th?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of the subject premises 4245 O Street from November 10th?
Correct.
So scrolling down here to page 8, what part of the property is depicted here?
This is a first floor kitchen.
Is that a fridge that we see off to the left side?
Correct.
And scrolling down here to page 9, which floor or where are we looking at within the subject premises in this photo?
That's the first floor, in addition, in the rear of the property.
Can you see that same fridge through this doorway?
Correct.
Mr. Cohen, I think some clarification is required. Are we talking about the basement apartment when he says first floor?
Inspector?
No, this
We
is
are
the
not.
first floor to the first floor.
The main
ground
entrance.
floor?
The main.
Okay, all right, just for clarity's sake, thank you.
And now scrolling down here to page 10, is this the open entrance to the basement apartment?
Correct.
I'm scrolling down to page 11. Is this the same entrance?
Yes.
Can you see is that a fridge right there through the doorway?
Yes.
And looking here on page 12, what's depicted on this page?
The basement kitchen.
And is this a separate kitchen from the one on the floor above it?
Yes.
And what is depicted here on page 13?
Bedroom, basement.
Scrolling down to page 14, this is what's been pre-labeled Exhibit C3. What document is this?
This is the notice of violation. Single family dwelling turned into a duplex.
And just for the record, any highlighting that's in the document is not in the original. That's been added for emphasis in the exhibits. Is this a document L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes,
And who entered the information that went into this document?
I did.
And was that part of your normal duties for L&I?
Yes.
And just to clarify, the other violations that are cited in this document, have they been marked complied?
Correct.
But this single-family dwelling converted into duplex violation, is that complied as of today?
No.
Let me just scroll down a little bit more. Apologize. What is this document that I have on screen that I'm going to make bigger so that you can read what's the text that's on it?
A bit more, Mr. Cohen,
Sorry.
I think. Yeah,
Is
that helps.
better?
Thank you. Yep, a lot better.
That's the zoning revision.
To be clear, what type of document is this and what's the current status of this document?
Zoning application, and it has been denied.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
It has since been denied?
No, I'm sorry. This is to legalize the basement, I believe.
Okay, just for the record, the date that is up at the upper right-hand or upper left-hand corner is November 16th, which is a couple of days ago. So, Inspector, is this the type of document that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And is the information that goes into this document entered by an L&I employee through the course of their ordinary duties?
Correct.
And in this case is the applicant's information submitted by the person applying for the 4245 O Street zoning permit.
Yes,
And like you said, the work description is existing basement to be legalized.
yes.
What does that mean?
To change the zoning.
To change the zoning or use of this particular property to legalize a separate basement dwelling unit?
No, just the basement door, I believe it was, the permit.
Okay, so this wouldn't even address the issue of the of a use permit for changing into a duplex?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
And what is the status applicant revisions? What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, scrolling down here to page 26 in the packet, what's the most recent event under this permit application?
The review cycle, which was September 7th, 2023.
Review cycle, what does that mean?
Not sure, actually.
Okay.
More information, I believe.
More information about the application from the applicant?
Regarding the application, yes.
Okay. All right, and let me just scroll down. Actually, let me zoom back in. This page here, the application documents and markups tab, would this be the information that that L&I wants the applicant to submit?
Yes.
And here specifically, can you read what it says under the comments in the highlights?
Yes, it says, please address if the overall use of the building is 2-family dwelling per table, 14602. 2-family dwelling is prohibited in R5A R5A 5 zoning district, which will be of refusal.
So does that mean that under the law, the zoning code prohibits the type of duplex that currently exists at 4245 O Street?
Yes.
And the refusal would mean a refusal to issue a zoning permit that would then be able to be appealed to the zoning board?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Inspector. I have no further questions for the inspector right now. I would present to Mr. Feinstein for cross-examination. And Mr. Feinstein, if you need to use any of the exhibits, I can leave them on my screen or I can stop sharing.
Mr.
I'm
Coe,
good, thank you.
before you proceed, I just want to confirm the date of this application, although it appears that it wasn't necessarily for a 2-family dwelling. What's the date of this application to L&I?
If I scroll back up to, this is page 26.
Right.
The date submitted was July 10th.
July 10th. All right.
But I would point out for the record, the date created up in the top right corner is July 6th of this year.
The July 10th or July 6th of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And what is the date of the violation notice?
Oh, the violation notice, hold on one moment. November 19th of 2022.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Feinstein, you have any cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Inspector, how did you schedule the appointment for the inspections in November of this year?
At the first time I was at the property, I left a business card. I'm guessing the brother of the owner was the one who picked up the business card. Also, Miss Cuevas actually reached out, and I was able to schedule re-inspection.
Fine. You scheduled a re-inspection. I didn't see in any of your photographs any people. There were, as you did your inspection, do you have any personal knowledge as to whether more than one family was living in the was living in the building.
I'm
Few
going to object
gentlemen
to the,
upstairs.
hold on a second, Inspector. I'm going to object to the relevance of that question.
Mr. Feinstein, where are you headed with this? Because we're looking
Well-
for the use registration is the matter here.
Okay. Well, I was trying to point out that if, regardless of what the building looks like, if it's only being used by one family, then it's not being used as a duplex and therefore it's not a violation.
Well, one would argue that if you have a zoning application to convert it to such, it's still a problem. But
Well,
okay,
if the city can weigh in about that response to the objection, the building being converted into two separate units, accessible separately through separate outer doors with two separate kitchen units is what's at issue here. If they decide to rent out the extra unit or even give out the extra unit to a family member, it doesn't change the physical layout of the building and the fact that in this particular zoning district, that physical layout is not permitted by law.
Okay, thank you. Then I withdraw the question.
okay. Any further questions, Mr. Feinstein?
No, no.
Okay. Any other questions? I do have a question or two for Mr. Rivera. If you don't unmute yourself, sir. What's the record of building permits at that address?
I am unaware.
Unaware meaning what? You didn't find any, or there were none?
I didn't find any.
Okay. So were there any violations written earlier for lack of permits, construction work without permits?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Pettit. Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I said no.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cohen, any additional witnesses?
No, thank you very much, Inspector Rivera. And the city would move exhibits C1, C2, C3, and C6 into evidence at this time. C1 and C2 are the photos that we showed from November. C3 is the notice of violations, and C6 is the records of zoning permit application ZP 2021-016349.
So moved. Thank you. Mr. Feinstein, you may call your witness.
Thank you. I call Elizabeth Cuevas to the stand.
Okay.
Ms. Cuevas, when did you purchase this property?
2008.
When you purchased the property, was it in the same condition as far as the separate entrances as described as it is today?
No.
When did you make changes to the property to the condition that it's in today?
The one that I did in the basement was in I think, if I believe, April 20 of 2020.
And what efforts did you make to get to comply with the city's requirements with regard to licensing and zoning?
When I went to do the first door in the front, I had another lawyer that he did all the papers for the front, for the zoning for the front. When I was going to do the extension in the front,
And what was the result of that representation?
I guess it went through because they never sent me no paper, no nothing. I guess he did everything.
It was up to code.
Everything was up to code.
Okay. And were you under the impression, based upon your transactions with your prior counsel, that the building was in compliance with all zoning and code enforcements within the city?
Yes, yes.
And when was the first time that you learned that there was an issue?
With this first tenants that I had rented to.
Wait. Mr. Feinstein, Ms. Cuevas, you can only have one person responding at a time. The individual in the background can't be speaking because it creates a problem for the record that we're trying to create, okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Feinstein, please.
Thank you. Ms. Cuevas, when was the first time you became aware that the existing construction on the building was a problem as far as the city was concerned?
When the tenants that live living upstairs, they call license inspection just for little things that, like the plugs, the light, some other little issues that I have fixed but they went and broke it again, and they called the license inspection because they didn't want to pay no rent. So I was still fixing the basement, so my brother moved in because my brother didn't have nowhere to go. So I left them the basement, and that's when I started going through the process of license inspection. That's when they gave me the zoning. They told me I had to do a zoning, so I told them, okay, that was no problem, I would do it. And I had complied with everything.
So you've complied with every request that the city has made of you?
Yes, yes, I have.
And were you ever advised by anybody at the city that it needed some sort of variance in order for it to be a duplex?
No, no.
Okay. Have you applied for permission to use it as a duplex?
Yes, I did. I did the zoning. Yes, I submit the
And
papers.
and what was the city's decision?
They haven't sent me no papers yet. That's why I'm here now today.
Okay, so there has not been a ruling with regard to your request for for the zoning variance.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you had a hearing with regard to that yet?
No.
Have you done everything that's possible as a property owner to comply with the city?
Yes, yes, I have. Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen? Any
I have a
cross?
few things. Thank you, members of the board.
Yeah.
You said that you've done everything that the city has requested of you. Have you eliminated the basement unit and converted your building back to a single-family dwelling?
No, I haven't. I left it the way it is because I wanted to do it like to accomplish.
Let me
That's why I
just
put the zoning in to see if I would get a zoning for the apartment downstairs.
let me just put my exhibits back on screen. Ms. Cuevas, can you see the exhibits that are currently on screen?
Yes.
And
it says-
I can make them bigger. Is that better?
Yes.
So you did receive this and you appealed this notice?
That notice? No.
Uh,
Let me see. Let me check out my papers. I got all my papers here. Hold on.
It may be more familiar if I
No,
scroll down
I haven't
and
get that one.
include this copy. Is this the notice that you appealed to the Board of L&I Review with this appeal for?
I haven't get that one at all. No.
Just pointing this out for the members of the board, this was the appeal received December 1st of 2022, stamped by the L&I Review Board, Department of Licenses and Inspections. And this is Ms. Cuevas's information as the property owner and appellant, and her signature down at the bottom. So just pointing this out on page 14 in the city's packet, this is the exhibit C3, the notice of violation. Do you see where it says here, condition in violation, single family dwelling converted into duplex basement apartment?
Yes, I see it.
So this was the city notifying you back in November of 2022 that there was an issue, a violation of the code converting that basement into a separate apartment unit, correct?
Correct. Can you give me a minute? Because I got other papers that I check?
Well, hold on. You've answered the question, so I'm going to ask you a different question and we can keep rolling. And then
Okay,
your
no.
attorney can ask you questions later for
No, you go ask me
clarification.
the questions. You go ask me the questions.
Okay. So the city has pointed out in this November 2022 notice that there was this violation for converting the basement apartment to a separate unit. And then, excuse me. And then down here, this is page 25 in the packet. You hired an Ada Estrada to submit a zoning permit or an application for a zoning permit to legalize that basement apartment unit, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you testified just now that you thought that that everything was handled by Ada Estrada, your applicant, correct?
Correct, yes.
But it appears from this document that L&I Inspector Roberto Rivera had recognized as a document from L&I system that the last event for this permit application was a failed review cycle on September 7th, correct?
Okay.
And no one's contacted you to have a zoning board hearing, correct?
Correct, no.
So as far as anyone knows, as far as LNI knows, this zoning permit application is currently incomplete, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to stop sharing on my screen right now, but again, Mr. Feinstein, if you would like, I can put the exhibits back. You just tell me which page and what exhibit.
Ms. Cuevas,
Yes.
may I proceed?
Yes, yes, please.
Ms. Cuevas, is the reason why you didn't convert the it back into a single family dwelling because your understanding was that the zoning variance petition was still pending?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, what you've shown us is a record in the system, I guess is the best choice of words, for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Was an actual application submitted to the Department of Licenses and Inspections requesting the use of the property as a two-family dwelling? Because that application then would, at least as far as I understand the process, require a response which would be a denial or a refusal. And I guess I'm not seeing any of that in the documentation that we're looking
Well,
at.
I think for a factual answer, we would need to ask Inspector Roberto Rivera to return and answer that question.
Okay.
If he could please unmute himself. And Board Member Pincus, if you could please ask your question again of the inspector.
Inspector Rivera, is there a record of a formal application made to the zoning unit within the Department of Licenses and Inspections to use the building as a two-family dwelling?
No.
So what is it that has been presented to us and that you've been commenting on, which is some document in the files of the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
Turning a single family into a two-family dwelling.
Mr. Cohen, would you put that document up again? Because I think there may be some confusion.
And actually, if I could address that in the city's argument at the end.
Okay. And I think the question had to do with this document. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And what is this document? I guess that's the confusion. This is not a application for a conversion, and it's not a refusal. But what is this document, Mr. Rivera?
To ask for a zoning change.
Or more specifically, Inspector Rivera, is this the records that LNI keeps in its electronic system for applications that it receives for zoning permits?
Yes. To apply for the zoning, yes.
So if I understand it correctly, though, we're not being presented with a copy of an actual document. This is a record that arguably is confirming that an application was made to the department for existing basement to be legalized. So arguably that would imply an application for a two-family dwelling. And then later on, the testimony was that it was failed. But wouldn't there either be a refusal or something to generate the need to appeal to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Mr. Cohen?
Board member, I can address this in closing argument.
Okay, I mean, there is a bit of confusion there, Mr. Cohen, in terms of what actually happened. Sequence of events aren't coming together for us.
Well,
not for me.
Well, as you've seen here on this page 26 in the packet, it has failed its last review cycle. And in fact, over here on page 27, the plans reviewer said, please address if the overall use of the building is a two-family dwelling conversion. So I think your confusion is actually reflected in the application that was submitted. And even the plans reviewer is saying in in his feedback to the applicant, tell us what you want to do.
Okay. Do we have access to the actual application?
Well, it exists in the Eclipse system. I don't know if the board has independent Eclipse access to view
But you don't
application
have
materials.
it. You don't have it to share today.
No, I printed out these application materials on November 16th and then emailed them to the parties on November 17th. So I wouldn't have anything updated beyond that date.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, if I may, normally what we see here is the applicant responds to the reviewer and they apply for the zoning use change. And that's attached to the applicant's package that they submit to this board, correct?
If you're talking about the application documents that are submitted,
Yes.
I haven't included those in the exhibits packet here.
Okay.
Because, the city didn't want to get too into the weeds. I think the main point is that there is no zoning permit yet.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question for Ms. Cuevas, though, if I may. Ms. Cuevas, who was Ada Estrada?
It's a lady that works in the office and she did me the papers.
Now, she works for who?
I think she's worked for a realtor.
Okay, so she is not an attorney, correct?
No.
Because your previous testimony is that you had an attorney who took care of this for you. So
Yes.
is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so you really did not have an attorney working for you earlier.
No, I always had my attorney, but I went and I paid they replied me to her so she could do me the papers for the zoning.
Okay, so your attorney referred you to Ada Estrada.
No, not him. The lady, Maria, the one that's the realtor, the one that's taking care of my house.
Oh, the realtor referred you. Okay. One other question for you, Ms. Cuevas, your mailing address, where you reside, where is that?
That's in Florida.
Florida?
Yes, I had to move because I went through cancer.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to know where.
Yes.
So you are not a Philadelphia resident.
No.
Okay, and so you have a real estate person representing your interests in Philadelphia?
Yes, she's the one who take care of my houses. Yes.
Okay, so do you know if she received any kind of notices or responses?
No, I always receive everything and I send her copies of everything that I.
Okay, and so do you put your Florida mailing address on everything?
Yes, 705. Yes.
Okay. Now, when the work was done, after you bought this house, did it have a basement apartment when you bought it?
No.
Okay. So all the work that was done, did you get licensed and contractors to draw permits for those changes?
If I could interject just for a second, I think we're getting a little too into the weeds in potential other violations that have not. Sorry.
All due respect, I'm headed to a point. I'll get there real quickly. I'll admonish myself and get there quickly. Okay, Ms. Cuevas, I'm asking that question because if you had licensed contractors pull permits for the work that you're doing or was done, you would have gotten a violation notice on the spot.
Yes.
So you didn't do that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I need to understand. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, in response to and furtherance, I guess, of your questioning, since apparently Ms. Cuevas lives in Florida, that implies that you have been renting the upstairs residential portion of the property as well as the basement portion.
Oh, the basement I haven't rented. The basement lives my brother there because he was.
Well, someone's been living in the basement. Is that correct?
Yes, but he don't pay no rent.
Okay, well, fine, but it's being used for residential purposes.
Yes.
And someone's been living in the upstairs portion of the property as well.
Yes.
And you had a rental license for that use?
Yes, I do. I got a rental license. I got it right here with me. Yes, I do.
You have a rental license for a one-family dwelling, for one unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. What we will do, thank you very much. Unless there is further testimony, I would ask the attorneys, Mr. Feinstein, to give closing arguments, and then of course, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Feinstein?
Yes. It is apparent that my client applied for a permit, whether it was completed or not. She has never received And the testimony is unambiguous that she never received any notification that there was a problem with the application. She has been patiently waiting for a hearing with regard to her zoning application. And if in fact it didn't get a hearing because because all the paperwork wasn't completed, then it should still be allowed to proceed if she puts the balance of the paperwork in to get the zoning permit. And as I understand it, as long as there is a zoning permit pending, then it's not appropriate to give the site for the fine. And that would be my argument.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Wait a second, if I may, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yep.
Chairman. Mr. Feinstein, that application apparently was not submitted by Ms. Cuevas, but by an Elizabeth Estrada or Ms. Estrada. Is that to your knowledge, is that an individual, a licensed expediter with the city of Philadelphia?
I have no idea who that woman is. I've never spoken to her.
I see. So when you say Ms. Cuevas has been patiently waiting, she actually didn't make the application. Another person made that application, and Ms. Cuevas is waiting to hear from that individual with respect to the status of the application. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I wouldn't characterize it. I wouldn't characterize it that way because Ms. Estrada put in the application on behalf of Ms. Cuevas. So
she's waiting to hear from she's waiting to hear from Ms. Estrada. Ms. Cuevas has not had direct communications with the city regarding any of these applications. Is that correct?
I would defer to my client with regard to that question. Elizabeth, have you had any direct communication with the city with regard to your application?
No, at all. They haven't sent me nothing by the zoning.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, members of the board. Let's keep our focus on what's important here. This board obviously has jurisdiction to determine whether a violation exists, city affirmed, or it doesn't, appeal sustained. And in this case, it is very clear the violation still exists. There are still 2 units in this building. They have 2 separate entrances, 2 separate kitchens, and they're being used by 2 separate sets of people. Just because one of those people pays rent and the other doesn't is of no concern as to the existence of the violation. And just as that does not matter to the existence of the violation, unfortunately, Ms. Cuevas's misunderstandings and her misunderstandings probably due to the fact that she hired people who are not communicating with her and who are not properly doing the job she has hired them to do, those are also not relevant to the existence of the violation. It's the homeowner's responsibility to see the conclusion of this compliance effort through. It's their responsibility to bring the property into compliance, whether that means reverting the property back to a single family or getting the zoning permit to properly convert it into a 2-family, which means going through the zoning board. Neither of those things has happened to date. And the city has notified in November 22 of 2022, notified Ms. Cuevas that there is a violation, the single family conversion to duplex violation. The city has not, unambiguously has not given her notice that that violation is complied. So any misunderstanding that she has, that somehow she has performed some duty or hired some person who's gone off and done something, that has not complied the violation, and the city has never said that the violation is complied. So
okay,
I think ultimately what Ms. Cuevas needs to do is she may need to hire another person to follow up in this application or to file a new application, but she does need to do more to get this complied. It is still an issue physically with the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now poll the board regarding HA-2022-004910 4245 O Street, Elizabeth Cuevas. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. A unanimous vote, city affirmed. Mr. Feinstein, of course, that means that you've lost your appeal. You may, sir, appeal this matter to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much for your participation and your patience. Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, members of the board.
The witnesses may be excused. Okay, Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
We had a request, we request for two cases, the first of which being case number 16.
16, okay.
Yes. Case number 16, hearing appeal HA 2022-004953, 8617 Gillespie Street, William Ware.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. William Ware. Mr. William Ware. Mr. Wade, did you see anyone by that name on in the waiting room?
I did not.
Okay.
Give me 1
Has
second,
this?
I'll check through.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there's someone with their hand raised.
Aponte. Okay, we'll get to them as soon as Mr. Wade responds to this matter. We'll check in with that person. Thank you.
Where?
Mr. Aponte is trying to weigh in for Mr.
Right. You said Mr. Ware passed away last year?
Okay, wait. I need Mr. Wade to respond. I'm sorry. Mr. Wade, what were you saying?
There was a note in the chat that Mr. Ware had passed away. So Mr. Aponte is trying to speak on his behalf.
Okay, so let Mr. Aponte in, and then we will decide how to dispose of this matter. Unmute the person.
I'm trying to.
Okay, sir, would you take your hat off and identify yourself?
Hello, sir. Everyone on the board. My name is Antonio Ponte. I reside at 8615 Gillespie Street, and that would be the property adjacent to Mr. Ware.
Okay, and your relationship to Mr. Ware?
I am just his neighbor.
Okay, so you don't have any legal authority to speak on that
No,
behalf?
I just wanted to make the board aware that the property is still vacant. It's very infested with rodents that are proceeding into rodents and wildlife that are proceeding into my house, and I was aware that it was be boarded, and it was never boarded. It's been about a year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The appellant in this matter was Mr. Ware himself. So if he is not here, we have to dispose of his case. But in the meantime, sir, if you haven't yet, you should call 311 and put in a complaint regarding the vacant property that needs to be handled by rodent control.
So, sir, we did. A group of people came out from LNI. They said that was August 18th. They said they would come back, and they never did.
Okay. Complain again. Submitted via. Keep doing it until you get a response. Okay. Thank you. This board doesn't have the authority to take action in this on your issue, although it's important. We don't have that authority. We can only respond to the appellant in this case, which is Mr. Ware, and he probably made the appeal before he died, and so we had to respond to that matter.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So I guess, Ms. Skiles, what is your preference?
I guess there is no one to contest the violations, so we would just be asking for a city affirm today.
Okay. All right. So we will respond to HA-2022-004953, 8617 Gillespie Street, Mr. William Ware. It's been noted for the record that Mr. Aponte noted that Mr. Ware has passed away. No way to confirm that, but we will vote on the disposition of this case. City affirm.
Well, I would add for the record, Mr. Chairman, that it's 3:04 p.m.
3:04 p.m. And my apologies. We should say city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Okay.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. So I think that takes care of that. All right, Mr. Wade, what was the next one?
Just give me 1 second to confirm. I believe it was case 3. Yes. Case number 3, hearing appeal HA 004872, 5708 Cedar Avenue. ZUSNA BEGUN.
Okay. Susna Begum. Susna Begum. Anyone present with that name or anyone present representing the interests of 5708 Cedar Avenue? And the city attorney, please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Board. Caitlin Carmody on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carmody. Have you had any conversations with the appellant?
I have not. The appellant did not provide any contact information on her appeal form, so I've had no means to contact her.
Okay, Mr. Wade, if that's the case, we have an issue with service then, I think.
No, the service was made. She did put an address for her on her appeal.
Okay. Okay. And so no one present is responding to that name, Susna Begum, 5708 Cedar Avenue. Hearing no response. Ms. Carmody, what is your pleasure?
Seeing that the appellant has not appeared today, I would request finding for city affirmed for non-appearance.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
3:06 p.m.
3:06 p.m.
Just real quick. What case number is that?
That's number 3.
Number 3?
Yes.
Okay, I found it. Thank you.
Yep. We will call the board on PHA-2022-004872 5708 Cedar Avenue, Susna ZUSNA Begum, BEGUM, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Okay. Mr. Pettit had to sign off early. I guess he. Okay. Alrighty. Let's proceed. Mr. Wade, what's the next matter?
Cases 1 and 2 are both Mr. Cohen's cases. I think he's having connectivity issues. He said he would join back. I don't know if he's on right now.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Cohen, are you ready?
Okay, he's coming in now.
Okay.
Mr. Wade, while we're waiting, I see Ms. Robinson is on the screen, but she's not muted. I don't know whether you want to.
I got it. Jeff? Mr. Cohen.
Sorry, I apologize, members of the board. I had connectivity issues and needed to log back in.
Okay.
Are you ready to start now?
Yes. What matter is this? Number
1.
Number on the list? Okay.
Number 1, case appeal number HA 2022-004107, 12009 Academy Road, Shauna Evans.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
Inspector/Administrator Salim Muhammad here.
I don't see him.
He was on the chat earlier. Let me just make sure he's still participating. Oh, there he is. Sorry. He is on camera and is just muted, so he'll just have to unmute and
okay.
Again.
Shauna Evans, present?
Present.
Okay. Ms. Evans, you'll have to get to a stationary place.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Mr. Muhammad and Ms. Evans, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God? Ms. Evans?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Muhammad?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, please proceed.
Thank you. Administrator Muhammad, have you, through the course of your duties, reviewed the records for and inspected the property at 12009 Academy Road?
Yes.
I'm going to share on my screen the exhibits packet for this matter. Can everyone see the exhibits packet that's on screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Administrator Muhammad, did you review the photographs taken by other inspectors in this matter?
Yes.
Let's start with on page 2 in the packet, Exhibit C1. Are these the photographs taken by the inspector on January 20th of 2022 that were later recorded on, I think, February 4th?
Yes.
And yes, you can see January 20th down at the bottom here, correct?
Yes.
Are these photographs taken by an L&I inspector through the ordinary course of their duties?
Yes.
And is this the type of document that L&I would keep in the ordinary course of its business? Now, looking here on page 3 in the packet, what room is depicted here?
It is a picture of the kitchen. This was taken, I believe, at the front door, looking into the kitchen.
What's the current state of the kitchen?
On this picture, the state of the kitchen is that it was the cabinets were removed, countertops were removed, and it appears to be in the process of renovation.
Mr. Cohen, before you proceed, I just want to be clear. There's an Academy Road address on our list of cases for today, but the address on that photo is Newberry Road.
Actually, Administrator, can you address why that address on Newberry Road might be on this photo?
Yes, the indicator app that we use will sometimes give the street of the adjacent street. Most times it will give the actual address, but there are occasions where you can point the camera at an address and it will give the address of the adjacent street.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I just wanted to confirm though with Miss Evans. Miss Evans, can you confirm this is your residence?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. All right, please proceed.
Mr. Cohen, if you don't mind, would you go back to the first photograph and perhaps that can be enlarged? There's a sign in front of the property.
Unfortunately, the quality of the photo doesn't allow us to read the sign.
I see. Okay, thank you. So we don't know what that sign relates to. At least we're not able to make that determination.
Well, it's the city's position that sign is not relevant to the discussion today. But what we will do is we have other photographs of the exterior of the property I'll run through with the administrator.
Thank you.
Taking a look at this photograph, though, do you see what is this thing that is encased in plastic in the middle of the room?
It's difficult to make out what it is, but it could possibly be an appliance or it could be a cabinet. But looking at the top of it, it appears to be an appliance.
And looking over here at the left side where there is a hole in, or there is let's say an entrance and a discoloration of brown upon the ceiling and then a little brown here along this inner wall. What is this?
This would be indicative of part of the wood. If say that portion of the wall was removed, that would indicate that would be the end of a stud or the bottom of a plate at the ceiling.
And what's this wire dangling down here?
It appears to be a wire. It's difficult to make out the picture, but from the ceiling running down and behind the person's arm to the top of the bottom cabinet.
And over here on the right-hand side, if you look to the window that's here, and then you continue going to the right, there's these three things in the middle of the wall. Are those switches or outlets without covers?
Yes.
And actually, I'm going to jump in the packet now to page 14 and ask you, Inspector, did you take this photograph on September 11th of 2023?
Yes.
And is this the same room that we were just looking at, but a couple of months or years later?
Yes.
And also looking at the right side here, you see those right next to the window to the right. You see the switches and outlets. Are they now covered?
Yes.
It also looks like there's illumination underneath this set of cabinets to the right. Is there like an under cabinet light?
Yes.
Are there new sink fixtures as well right next to the window over here?
Yes.
And just jumping back to page 4 for comparison, sorry, page 3 for comparison, is there an appliance sitting just to the right of the window in this photo?
Yes.
And then jumping back to page 14, is it the same dishwasher that we see to the right of the window in this photo, or has it been replaced?
On the previous picture, it shows a cabinet. On this picture, the dishwasher is shown.
Let me actually jump back to page 4 and we'll continue in the packet from there. What is depicted on the photograph on page 4?
You see to the left, there's a retaining wall, and within the retaining wall, you see a pile of debris. Most noticeable, you have a cabinet, a base cabinet, and you also have plastic bags, filled plastic bags, possibly with debris. You see more wood. You see wood, what appears to be wood or could be sheetrock. Is picture's not absolutely clear, but you do have a pile of debris, which appears to be dominated by cabinetry and some wood, and possibly
Well,
sheetrock.
is the debris that we see consistent with what you see pulled out of the interior here?
It's consistent with the cabinetry that would be taken out of a kitchen. Yes.
And scrolling down now to, this is page 5 in the packet. This is Exhibit C2. Are these Exhibit C2? Are these photographs taken by the L&I inspector through the course of their duties?
Yes.
And are these the type of document that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And between, January 20th, scrolling back up here to this window, can you see the window on January 20th on page 2? You can see things through the window.
You can see, well, I do see the window, yes. A little blurred as to being able to see in the window.
Well, aside from the glare, is there this white thing at the bottom of the window that you can see that's clearly inside the house?
Yes, that is an object inside the house, yes.
But then here in this photograph on page 5, it appears that there's either a shade or some type of barrier that's been placed on the inside of the window, preventing you from seeing in. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is visible here to the right of the house, which would be in the same area that you pointed out before by that retaining wall?
Right. So this would be, I believe, on if you're standing in front of it, it would be on the other side of the previous picture that showed debris, construction debris. This would be facing the entry or one of the entries to the house.
Actually, I can scroll down to page 7. Is this the other side of that same pile of debris?
Yes, that's a different angle, yes.
But is this a different pile of debris than what we saw on page 4, which was inside this retaining wall. Now on page 7, is it on the other side?
Yeah, so on this side, you can see debris that is on the grass.
Thank you. Just going down to page 8 in the packet, is this a photograph taken by the L&I inspector on March 11th of 2022 through the course of their duties?
Yes,
And is this the type of photograph that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
it is.
Is the debris still there?
It has been removed.
But are the shades still drawn?
Yeah, I'm sorry. On
Are the
this
shades still
picture,
down, blocking the front window?
yes.
Let's scroll a little bit down. All right, going back to this photo on page 14, was this an inspection? Well, actually, let me strike that and we'll start over again. When you inspected on September 11th of 2023, did you see any evidence of a completed construction work?
Yes.
When you reviewed L&I's records for the construction work that we see here, did you find any permits, building permits, plumbing permits, or electrical permits that corresponded to this work?
No.
I believe, did you also take photographs of some of the plumbing underneath the sink?
Yes.
Is this on page 15 and this on page 16? Are those the photographs that you took?
Yes.
What is this document on page 17?
This is a document that we keep in the normal course of our business. It is a violation notice and an order to correct the violation.
And for the record, was this sent on September 2nd, 2022 to the appellant, Shauna Evans?
Yes.
And is it for the same building, plumbing, and electrical permit violations for 1209 Academy Road that we were talking about?
Yes.
And actually, I'm going to jump to page 29 briefly. What is this document with a different date and a different recipient?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Or sorry, let me actually rephrase the question. Is this a notice of violation with the same violation number as the one on page 17? I'll just jump. That's page 17. This is page 29. Is that the same violation number?
Oh, yes, it is.
But what's the date on this notice?
This is February 5th of 2022.
Was this issued to Shauna Evans or the current owners of the property?
This one is issued with the responsible part. It's a different name. Yeah.
So if L&I, well, actually, let me ask you this: what would explain why L&I would issue a couple months later this violation notice after issuing in February a violation notice to an incorrect party?
Usually, if there is a change of ownership, then a new notice of violation would be sent.
Thank you. And scrolling down over here, what is this document that I have on screen?
This is a permit search that we use in the normal course of our business.
And is the information that goes into this search entered by L&I
Mr. Cohen, Mr. Cohen, just a moment. We're getting a lot of noise in the background. I'm not sure who that is.
My apologies to the board. Let me
Yeah, if you could put yourself on mute for a minute, Mr. Mohammed, put yourself on mute and then tell them to be quiet.
yes, I appreciate that. Hold on one second. Let me just I believe it's at the end of the day.
I apologize, members of the board. It appears that there are some people just having fun at L&I.
Okay.
And maybe they need to be reminded that there are board hearings going on and that microphones can pick up their voices.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
my
you, Mr.
apologies.
Muhammad.
Thank you,
Yes.
Administrator.
People are leaving for home about right now.
Okay.
Sorry. So getting back to this document that's on screen is the information that goes into this document entered by L&I employees through the course of their duties.
Yes.
And does this reflect what you testified to earlier, that there are no permits for 12009 Academy Road?
Yes.
And just this exhibit is the actual Board of L&I review appeal that was submitted. However, this document, I would point out to the board, is a deed dated December of 2021 and e-recorded with the stamp of the Records Department on February 11th of 2022. Administrator, the notice of violations that's on page 29, and I can jump back to it, that was sent out February 5th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
So then this deed that's on page 23 was recorded about a week after that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Inspector. I have nothing further for the inspector. I would move.
Mr. Cohen, while
Yes.
you have that deed up, I don't see the appellant's name there, unless I'm not reading it correctly.
Shauna Lee Ann Therese Evans.
Oh, sorry.
So
Shauna Lee and Therese. Okay, my apologies. Okay. All right, thank you. Got it.
Thank you. The city would move into evidence photo exhibits C1, C2, C3, and C5. That's January, February, March of 2022, and September 11th of 2023. And exhibits C6, C7, C9, and C10. That's the notice of violations, the permit search. This deed that's on screen currently is C9, and C10 is the notice of violations previously sent before this deed was recorded.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Evans, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Muhammad based on his testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Not just for Mr. Muhammad, but for the initial inspection. When the inspector came to my home, I wasn't living there. I just got the keys to that property.
Okay, you have to ask a question. You can give testimony later, but this is your opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Muhammad.
Okay, regarding the when he said construction, I want him to clarify what type of construction that he was referring to that required a form of permit.
Ms. Muhammad, she's asking what of the work you saw, what does it require permits, essentially?
There are within the construction field, there are things that you can do. There are construction activities that you can perform without a permit, and there are obvious types of work that does require a permit. Looking at the picture, I would note that the removal of kitchen cabinets, the addition of countertops, the installation of flooring.
With the board's permission, could I put the photograph he's referring to back on screen?
Sure.
Okay, so in looking at this picture here and comparing the picture with the construction debris, the removal of cabinets, the removal and replacement of cabinets, the removal and replacement of countertops, the removal and replacement of flooring would be items that would not require a building permit.
So based on your observation,
Well, but he's not finished yet. Well, wait just one minute. Mr. Muhammad, please continue. Any other items would require a permit of the work that was done.
So if there is a removal of a partition, if that would require a building permit. If there is the removal or upgrading of any electrical, that would require a permit. If there were any, if plumbing lines were moved, that would require a plumbing permit. If there's just a replacement in kind without moving the fixture itself, that may not require a permit. For instance, if you're just replacing a kitchen sink with another kitchen sink, and the supply line would not have to be changed or moved to a different location. The replacement of a couple outlets, the covers, that would not require the running of new lines, would not necessarily need a permit. That would also be the inspector would have some discretionary latitude in that regard. If you're replacing all of the outlets in a house, for instance, that would exceed a certain number, that would then or should require a permit. But the code makes clear in some instances that in a situation like this where you have kitchen cabinets and you have countertops and you have flooring, those are items that that would not require a permit.
Any other questions, Ms. Evans?
He didn't answer my question. I'm
I
not
think
sure
I can
if he
address some of this on
responded.
redirect, but I'll wait.
Okay, Ms. Evans said,
he
okay,
didn't-
well, then ask the question differently. Maybe he didn't understand you.
What I'm asking him, based on his observation from the prior inspection that was done and what he came there and see, as we discussed it on his own observation, where would he identify a violation in my house? Because
You want him? Wait.
stated-
You want him to identify specifically which items that he saw are sources of violations. That's what you're asking?
Yes, because based on
Okay. All right, but let's see if he can
you
respond to
explain
that.
what it is,
Let him
so I
respond to
fully
that.
understand what that is.
Ms. Evans, let him respond to that. Okay. Mr. Muhammad, can you respond to what she asked?
Yes.
Okay.
And so not being the original inspector, the only evidence I have is to relate to is the picture that we see here. Now, one of the things I could not determine that could constitute a violation would be to the right of the person, to the left of the person, where you have an opening there and you have what appears to be a wire. So because if my words are appears to be, I could not make a final determination because I wasn't standing there at the time. If I was just to give you a visual look, and based on the violation that was written, he focused on that area. So there was a violation that was issued that would require a building permit, and that in the area that would focus on would be, and I believe that is in the wording of the violation, would have been this area which appears to be a partition. Now, I can only give a limited review of this here because if I had seen a picture before and after, I could make a more accurate assessment. But what I'm looking at in the picture here, as opposed to the picture that I took, it was, of course, it was a finished product. But this picture here, one of the violations that was pointed to in the violation notice was that a building permit would be required, and it specifically noted that there was a partition. Now, what I'm looking at is what we described in the beginning of my testimony by Attorney Cohen. He asked me what was this brown area to the top of the person here, and what did that indicate? So what I'm describing is what it appears to be based on what the inspector wrote and issued.
Okay. Miss, you have any additional questions, Ms. Evans?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cohen, any additional witnesses or
I
redirect?
do have just pointed redirect of Administrator Mohammed. Just like you said, the inspector in the notice of violation described the demolition of a partition wall, and the photograph on page 3, there's this section that appears to be an opened up partition wall. Do you need a permit, even if it's just an easy permit, to do interior non-load bearing wall demolitions?
Yes.
And when you have, hold on, I'm going to jump here to page 14. When you have lighting that's installed underneath the cabinets, presumably with new wiring, does that need an electrical permit?
Can I interject?
Pardon? No, you may not. You can assume, who's speaking, please?
Shanna.
Okay. No, when you present your case, you can present your information. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Mr. Cohen, please proceed.
All right, have a good one.
For lighting that's installed underneath new cabinets that have been newly installed, do you need an electrical permit?
Yes, if new wiring is required to accommodate that lighting.
You'd also said that over here, this dishwasher is new, is not in the original photograph on page 3, and it appears that there was a cabinet that was removed in order to put this in. Would that also mean that they would need to put in drain lines and plumbing specific to the dishwasher?
They would have to, yes, possible that the way that dishwashers, obviously you need to drain that dishwasher, and it would, if it's sitting by the sink, it would tie into the existing plumbing. So there would be some additional plumbing. Now, your question is obviously, do they need a permit for that?
Well, for a new tie-in for a new appliance, would they need a plumbing permit?
There was none.
Ma'am, you can't, please don't interrupt. Okay? Please proceed, Ms. Mohammed.
Yes, a plumbing permit would be required if it had to be tied in. Now, it's not a complex maneuver, but
that's I was going to say, but the question is a permit required, not how simple or complex.
Right. I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yes, the answer would be yes.
And I presume that a dishwasher also needs electricity.
Yes.
So would you need, for example, to run a new electrical wire or to be able to plug that in underneath the new countertop, would you need an electrical permit for that?
You would need an electrical permit if you had to add wiring that would be tied in with an outlet that you have to plug the dishwasher in.
Thank you very much, Administrator.
Okay.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I have no further questions for the Administrator.
Okay, Ms. Evans, it is now your opportunity, but before we begin that, I just want to ask the individual's name on the deed that we saw earlier. Who was that person?
Omar Olness, that's my ex-husband.
Okay, so is he no longer, you are no longer married?
No.
Okay, that may present an issue. Mr. McSherry.
What would the issue be?
Yes.
We have a person whose name is on the deed who's no longer associated with the property.
But the appeal is solely filed by Ms. Evans, who is an owner or co-owner of the property.
Absolutely, as a co-owner, there's another person that had interest here, Mr. McSherry.
We'd like to go into a brief executive session.
Yes, we need to take an executive session just for a moment. We're going to go back on the record. Ms. Evans, we just have a few preliminary questions to ask you before you present your case. You can unmute yourself, please. Yes. In terms of current ownership, and you said that you and that was your ex-husband whose name is also on the deed.
He's currently on the call now.
Okay, well, you may want to call him as a witness, but he can't speak unless he's sworn in, etc. But my question to you is that has your divorce been finalized?
Yes, since last December.
Okay, has the property disposition been taken care of?
No, we're still the same owners.
So you have not gone through the process of separating your physical property?
No.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McSherry, can we proceed?
Provided he does give her permission to proceed with this appeal, I think that would be appropriate. If he is indeed on the call, she can certainly call him as a witness, and we could have him address that matter.
Okay, Ms. Evans, is he available on screen?
Yes, he is. He told me that he was seeing me just now.
Well, ask him to sign in, and you will call him as a
Omar,
witness.
Omar.
That's the gentleman I see sitting in the automobile. He's muted. He needs to unmute himself.
Unmute yourself, Omar.
Yeah, hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. So this is what we will do in order to make sure this is done properly. Ms. Evans, you can present your case as you may call your former husband as a witness if you choose to. We need to know that he is, because his name is on a deed, he need to know that he's giving you authority to speak on his behalf in this hearing.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, is he driving down the street? That's stuff moving in the background.
Sir, if you're in a vehicle, it appears you are. You have to be parked.
No, I pull over.
Okay. Okay. Sir, would you give us your name for the record, please, and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Omar Olness.
Would you spell your last name?
Holness.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Evans.
Yes, I'll take this opportunity to address the whole situation regarding the initial inspector.
Okay, before you do that, I need you to have Mr. Holness on the record indicate that he's giving you authority to speak on his behalf regarding this issue.
Yeah, yes.
Omar?
Yes.
Ms. Evans, please ask him the question.
Omar, for the record of the court, you're giving me authority to speak on your behalf, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Holness, are you and Ms. Evans going through a formal divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. And that matter has not yet been completely resolved?
Huh?
Has that been resolved? Have you both signed all the necessary documents and completed everything?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm her previous statements. Okay, Ms. Evans, we'd like you to put on your case. And what I'd like you to do, please, if you could be very specific in terms of your statements and evidence you want to submit. You don't need to give us every day in narrative form. Just tell us what happened, if you would.
Okay, in a nutshell, let me just wrap it up real fast. On the day that the inspector took the photo of Marie, I hired her as a painter for the property. However, she called me because I wasn't living there at the moment. I was still residing at my old apartment. She called me and told me that an inspector was there. He's at the door. She's not going to let him in. I said, okay, I'm 10 minutes away. I'm coming there. He left his card and I called him immediately and asked him to come back so I can have him to inspect the property in its entirety, so that we could have mitigated all of this without having my time being wasted and the court's time at this moment. We could have had all of these questions heard and fulfilled at the moment based on the fact that my neighbor called and reported that we were doing some renovation. Anyway, I did my due diligence and I went and I checked what was being done in my house that would require a permit. When I did, nothing was being done that requires a permit. The removal of cabinets does not require a permit. The painting of the property does not require a permit. I did not change any electrical outlets. The lighting that Mr. Cohen had indicated, those are stickers that I paste under my cabinets and it is plugged in. You can check Home Depot because they are also, I purchased those lightings from Home Depot. They are not electrical wiring. As I discussed with, and I showed, because when Mr. Mohammed approached my property, I invited him in because I wanted him to have an hands-on, clear perspective and view of what happened in my property and what was going on. He clearly see that there was no new audited, no new outlets, no new nothing that was done, no new wiring, no new plumbing. Every house is in America here has dishwashing. I did not reorganize anything. Even the wire that is from a perception, because it's not what you know, is what it is. An inspector could not stay from outside of a house and see a wire hanging down and assume that it is an electrical outlet that is, or electrical work that's being done. I even demonstrated to Mr. Mohammed. I flicked out my electrical wiring and I showed him when it was hanging. So you cannot stay from the outside looking in and assume what is going on without having actual access to form and make an informed decision. Those cabinets were old, brown, I like white. So I changed them. The stove, the thing that was in it that was questionable based on what Mr. Cohen asked, that was my stove. They had an old stove. They had an old, and I changed them out. The only thing I did not change that they left was the refrigerator because I did not have the money to change the refrigerator. But everything else remains the same. No partition, no restructuring, nothing that was done that requires painting. I've done my research and my due diligence regarding any form of permit. Even when I was painting outside of my property, if they to come and inspect it, I called again. Do I need a permit to paint the bricks on my walls? They say no. So I don't operate out of conjure or in violation of any laws or the state rules.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Cohen, do you have any cross-examination?
No, but thank you very much, Ms. Evans.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Evans, I
have a question. Mr.
Sure,
Chair.
Mr. Washington, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Evans. Real quick question for you. When you received the notice of violation dated September the 2nd, 2022, and it said a building permit is required, a plumbing permit is required, an electrical permit is required. Did you contact L&I having questions about them telling you what is required?
No, because I already know. Because I've done my research.
No. You did not. Your answer is no. I did not.
Listen, when the inspector came,
Ms. Evans, Miss Evans, the only way we proceed is in order. You cannot speak while a question is being placed to you by a board member. So please wait until the question is asked, then you respond. He won't overtalk you. You won't overtalk him. Understood?
Okay, understood.
Okay, and just keep your voice level. We can hear you very well. Mr. Washington?
Now, when you received that notice, you didn't contact anyone because you stated you knew nothing was wrong.
I went to the office. I went downtown. Me and my ex-husband, we went downtown and I showed them what was going on. And even the lady, I told her, and this goes, and I didn't even want to bring up this topic as to what was the real underlining issue that I was facing with this property. And I choose not to at this moment, because when it comes to the level of racial injustice here in America, it's a struggle, and this is one of the reasons why I'm here at the moment. I have contacted, when the inspector came to my house, I immediately called and tell them what I was doing in my house, and told them if I was required to have any permit, and I was indicated no. I went to the police station, and I also, for them to, because I'm a first-time home owner in the United States, so I needed a guidance as best as possible. I've contacted realtors, I'm not just only the LNI license and inspection, I've contacted everybody who I could have contacted to give me properly informed thing, because really and truly, I've gotten
Okay, Ms. Evans, we just need you to, if you could just,
I just want to make this one point. I've gotten this notice for nearly $900. A permit cost is like $50. What would be the logical state of process for me to pay a $50 to get a permit to do whatever I need to be done in my house? Or
Ms.
to
Evans,
So, Ms. Evans, did you ever receive or saw the notice of violations? I know you just mentioned the $900 because those fine amounts are on the notice of violations dated September the 2nd, 2022.
What are you asking?
Did you ever see the notice of violations that told you what was wrong and what you needed to have fixed, repaired?
They didn't tell me that I need to have anything repaired. They're stating stuff that's done in my house that didn't happen.
The building permit is required for the altering, modifying, repairing, or improving the interior partition of the structure. And
that didn't happen in my house.
What they saw was demo work to the partition wall in progress, exposed wiring, fixtures replaced. The second violation was a plumbing permit is required for the alteration, repair, or replacement of plumbing in a structure. Kitchen and bathroom is in progress.
But my question, how would they have
Ms. Evans
is required
Ms.
for
Evans
alteration, replacement, or repair of electrical wiring within or on any electrical structure or permit. And this fixture, the wire upgrade is in progress. Did you ever answer those violations? Not did you go
my question is, did the inspector conclude that these things happen, or it's just based on he looking through a window and making an opinion?
He's not the one who inspected your property.
Nobody came into my property.
Did you invite anyone into your property? Once you received the notice, you said you went to the police department. You said that you went
down
L&I,
I'm talking when the inspector came.
Ms. Evans, Ms. Evans, you want to be heard fairly, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you multiple times to wait until the question is completed and not to speak over people, but you continue to not comply.
I'm so sorry.
Well, being sorry doesn't help if you keep doing it. Understood? You want a fair hearing, correct?
Yes.
Now, the question to you, Mr. Washington making a valid point, but the question to you, based on his question, is that the inspector came into your property, took a photograph with your painter standing there, and it appears that a partition so that photograph wasn't taken by the inspector. Who took the photograph?
He was outside.
So
he did not come inside.
Okay, all right. Well, it doesn't matter. Did he take that photograph showing the hole in the wall? Is that a valid?
He took it from the window.
Miss Evans, you aren't hearing my question. My question is whether he was outside or whether he was across the street. But if he took a photograph that accurately reflects the interior of our house, I'm asking you, is that an accurate depiction of your interior kitchen?
At that time,
yes.
I wasn't there.
Oh, so you don't know whether or not a wall was taken out partially?
A wall wasn't taken down.
Okay, so that space that shows the roof joists, not the joists, I'm sorry, with the space above the one young lady's head, that something was removed from there, and then the joist, the studs on the right to the left of her. What was in that space before?
Oh no,
before. No, sir. You can't just blurt out. Okay. We have a court reporter recording everything, so we need to know who's speaking and what they're saying. Sir, you have some information to contribute. Your name again?
Omar Olness.
Yes. What is your response to that?
Yeah, there's like a little cabinet was there, and I removed it. Me, the one remove it. There's like a little cabinet.
Okay, and that electrical line that's hanging down, what was done with that?
No, the electrical wire is the light. It's like a Home Depot thing where you can like push up back.
Yeah. So that wire runs where?
No, the house already run. We see it there. There's no
Okay.
wire work. What's going on?
It
No
wasn't
wire work.
reattached. Was it reattached or was it cabinets replaced in that space?
All right, where the cabinet was, the light was right there. So when I removed that old cabinet, because them screw it on the wall, so I just screw it off with my drill. Me the one that screw it off.
Okay.
So when I screw it off, that wire, that light was shine like it shine like into the cabinet then.
Okay.
So all we need to do is push it back up and it clip up back.
Okay. The other question is that either you or Miss Evans, that either of you talk to the inspector who wrote the violations and say, hey, this is what we did, and share with them the information that you have, because that may have resolved it then. Did either of you do that?
He didn't come back. I asked him to come back on the Monday.
Did you call after that? Did you try to contact
I called him. He left his business card with me, and I called him and asked him to come back on the Monday to actually have him physically observe the property, and he did not. He just wrote this.
Okay, he wrote the violation notice. And I would
without,
ask that,
without my knowledge.
well, it doesn't have to have your knowledge, but he wrote the violations. So we need to understand why he wrote the violation based on what he saw. Now, Mr. Mohammed, did you ever go to the interior of the property yourself, Mr. Mohammed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did you ever inspect the interior of the property physically yourself? Gain entry?
Yes, the picture that I took of the finished interior, I was invited by Miss Evans to come inside. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Miss Evans or Mr. Honus, you may not be aware that an easy permit is also the type of permit that's available when you do your own work and you take cabinet downs and reinstall them. Are you aware of that?
What are you asking?
There's an easy permit where when you're just doing minor repairs on your own, that's a requirement. Either of you aware of those?
Easy permit?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of it, but
Okay, and all the work that we saw fits the easy permit requirements.
to remove cabinet?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't see that.
You can go on the website, it'll explain that to you.
I did check, and they show me that we need a permit to remove cabinets.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yeah. So to just remove a cabinet and throw it out, we have to have a permit to just remove a cabinet.
It depends on the extent of the work. It depends on the extent of the work. And so what I will refrain from trying to be too specific in your case, but easy permits and the description of easy permits is on the website to tell you which things generally qualify. The other resolution here is that, do you have a copy of all the work orders or work permits that you paid for and that shows the materials?
I submitted it to Mr. Cohen.
But you didn't do that to LNI prior to this appeal hearing?
No, because that was done after discussion with Mohammed. He instructed me to.
Just to correct the record, I don't know.
Yes.
I haven't received any documents from Ms. Evans. I don't know
I've
what she's
emailed
referring
it to you. Let me tell you when it was emailed.
Okay, Miss Evans has disappeared.
No, I'm still here. I'm just trying to pull up my email.
Okay.
And I never know that to.
Okay, well, sir, wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. In order to make the record, we need to make certain that everybody is speaking in order.
Well, if I can just put this on the record, I don't think any documents sent to me are relevant to this proceeding. I am an attorney for the city. I'm not LNI. I wouldn't know what to do with any documents because I'm not a plans reviewer or an inspector.
Okay.
Oh, I just responded to the email that I got with my exhibits. I just responded to that email with the exhibits.
Okay. All righty. Does anyone else have any questions?
Nope.
Okay. What I'd like to do, though, I do need 2 minutes with my colleagues. Let's do this. Ms. Evans, do you have any final, or Mr. Holness, any final statements that you'd like to make before we vote on your matter? And then we'll conclude with Mr. Cohen making final argument before we take a vote.
Yeah, well, as you said, there's no electrical what's going on in there. There's no plumbing. The only thing we're going on in there, painting and tiling. And me do the tiling. Me is the one that do the tiling.
Okay.
And I mostly do it, I mostly do it like in the morning or in the evening. Well, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Pettit, you may need to mute yourself. Mr. Pettit, please mute yourself. Okay. All right, Ms. Evans, any final comment you'd like to make?
Yes. What I want to comment on, all of this could have been mitigated if proper inspection was done. All the questions that were being asked regarding what was going on could have been mitigated if the inspector had followed through on his job and come to my home when I had requested, and he agreed to meeting me on the Monday. All of this overseas outside photos of persons, because a person being photographed, she didn't know that she's a painter of the property. I have an invoice there to state what was her purpose there, that she wasn't a constructed worker or any of that. So all of this could have been alleviated and we would not have had this hearing, because there was nothing that required a permit for what was being done. And I think I would love for the courts or the board to review my case fairly, because I honestly know for a fact that nothing was going on in the house that required a permit for me to be paying the state $800 and something for what did not happen in my house.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Very briefly, the inspector pointed out in his testimony that certain items did not require a permit, replacing flooring, replacing cabinet faces, etc. But just because there are some items that don't require a permit does not mean that there are others that don't require a permit. For example, that hole in the wall that is visible in the inspector's photograph through the doorway, that's an interior wall demo easy permit. That is a required permit. Running new lines to new appliances like a dishwasher for electrical and plumbing to the new dishwasher, that does require a permit. And if those lights underneath the cabinets are in fact just—
Oh, wait, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Evans, this is the last time I'm going to tell you not to interrupt. Okay? Ms. Evans, you understand me? Thank you. Please mute. Mr. Cohen, please complete.
Thank you. And if those under cabinet lighting are in fact battery operated and not wired, then that's not something that would be within the scope of an electrical permit, but the electrical power to new appliances that would need new outlets and potentially new wiring, that would. So I think based on what we have presented, they do need some permits. They should be easy to get, literally easy permits. And the quote unquote defense of the inspector never came inside, therefore he never caught us, is not a valid defense before this board. I think the board understands that the original inspector's photo through the doorway, coupled with his notations in the notice of violation and the observations of Inspector Mohammed, are sufficient.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, is that something you need before we? Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Mohammed one more question?
No, ma'am. This is the time of final statements, not asking questions. That's why I asked.
Because
what is it that you'd like to know?
I'm referring to what Mr. Cohen said, that the plumbing and all of that. There was no new plumbing. There was no new electrical thing. So he keep reiterating something that did not happen. And not having the inspector in my house was never a defense. The defense is that I did not do anything in the house that requires a permit. No demolition, none of that as he expressed. And that's not fair for me, for the state to just clearly state that I'm to pay for something that did not happen in the house. Moving off cabinets, no new wiring, new plumbing, none of that.
Ms. Evans, you're repeating testimony you've given already. All the things you just said, we've heard already. We heard it. Okay. It is Mr. Cohen isn't required to accept your story. He has an argument that he's making. You have an argument that you made. We have to decide which argument holds weight. So you've said that already. If you say it 10 more times, it will not change Mr. Cohen's argument. That's the position that the city takes. We need to decide which is the position that we're going to accept. Okay?
Yes,
We will
thank you.
now take a very short period of time in breakout. Everyone back. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We've heard the testimony regarding number 1, which is check the glasses here. Which is HA-2022-004107 at 12009 Academy Road, Shauna Evans. We will now vote on the matter. I will begin with appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Thank you very much. Unanimous. Ms. Evans, you won your appeal. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, members of the board.
Mr. Cohen, your witness may be excused.
Thank you, and thank you, Administrator.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Wade.
Okay, just one preliminary matter. Mr. Cohen, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with case 2 in a moment, so we'll skip that for now.
Thank you.
All right. Give me 1 second. And I just want to confirm with Mrs. Davis, she had a case to be called for witness availability. I'm not.
Okay.
If you could remind me what number she was looking to call.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, it was case number 11.
Case number 11, hearing appeal HA 2022-004926, 5918 North Broad Street, Paulette Starr.
Yes, and also wanted to be sure if the appellant appeared because I hadn't seen her log in yet.
I haven't seen anyone under that name. I'll check service.
Okay. Just a moment, Ms. Davis. He's going to respond in a moment.
Service was made.
Service is made. Ms. Davis, what is your preference?
Yes, the city will be requesting a city of, due to the appellant's failure to appear, the city will be requesting a city affirm.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
Well, should we just clarify, was the case called? And
Yes.
just make sure that Paulette Starr is not present. I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Yes, I called and Mr. Wade read it into the record.
Okay, it is 4:21 p.m.
4:21 p.m. Paulette Starr not responding repeatedly. We will now call the vote on HA-2022-004926-5918 North Broad Street, Paulette Starr, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Mr. Wade, number 10, North Bustleton Avenue,
Okay.
Saeed Kazemi. Did we call that earlier?
No.
Let's call that one because I think that may resolve itself.
Okay. Case number 10, hearing appeal HA 2022-004915, 10970 Boston Avenue, Sahid Kazim.
Miss Skiles, is that your case?
Yes, correct. Amy Skiles
Okay.
on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Saeed Kazmi, K-A-Z-M-I, Kazmi. Anyone present representing that matter on 10970 Bustleton Avenue? Anyone present? Okay, Mr. Wade, is there service?
Service was made.
Thank you very much. Ms. Skiles, what is your preference?
Yes, I would just ask for a city affirm for failure to appear.
Okay. Ready time, Mr. Pincus?
It's 4:22 p.m.
Thank you very much. All right, we will call the vote on HA-2022-004915, 10970 Bustleton Avenue, Saeed, S-Y-E-D, Kazmi, K-A-Z-M-I, city affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, what would be the next one, Mr. Evans? Mr. Wade, I'm sorry.
Case number 4, hearing appeal HA 2022-004896, 415 Daly Street, Ken Lamb.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Costello, have you spoken with with Tin Lamb?
I have spoken with him and I believe he is here.
He
Okay.
is on the call.
I see him on the call.
No one's responding. Mr. Lamb,
Yes, sir.
sir, we need to see your face.
Let's see, how can I do that?
I'm gonna send you a prompt.
Hold on.
Did you get that?
Yes, on my video. Yes. Yes, sir. I'm
Okay,
here.
thank you. Ms. Costello, do you have any witnesses?
Do I have Inspector Robert Curran as my witness?
Okay, Inspector Curran, if you unmute yourself. And I'd like Mr. Lamb and Mr. Curran to both raise your right hands so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God? Mr. Curran?
I do.
Mr. Lamb?
I do.
Thank you very much. You can place your hands down.
Mr. Chairperson, but I apologize for interrupting. There does appear to be another potential standing issue with regard to this matter. There's another individual listed as a responsible party as well as on the deed for this property. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb, whose name is on the deed to this property?
Yes, sir. It's Tan Lam and Kim Lam. Kim Lam is my wife.
Kim Lamb is your wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those are the only two names on the deed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're authorized to speak on behalf of your wife today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello, any problem with moving forward?
No. Chairman
Okay.
Woodson.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
I'd like to call Robert Curran as my first witness. Permission to share my screen?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Curran, can you please state your name for the record?
Robert Curran.
And what is your position with LNI?
I am a building inspector.
And what are your duties with this role?
I inspect new construction, rehabs, people working without permits, etc.
And are you familiar with the property located at 415 Daly Street?
I am.
And how so?
I placed a stop work order on the property.
Okay, and can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit A?
That's a violation notice and order to correct.
And what's the date of that violation notice?
It looks like November 15th, 2022.
And what was the date that corrections needed to happen by? The correct by date.
Says December 19th, 2022.
Okay. And the violations of the violations contained in this violation notice, are there any that still need to be complied?
They all need to be complied.
Okay. And I'd like to turn your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit B. Can you please identify this exhibit for the record?
That's a final violation notice.
And what was the date of that notice?
December 21st, 2022.
Okay. And I'd like to just direct your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit C. Can you please identify this for the record?
There's a photograph of the front of the property and there's scaffolding in the front.
Okay. And can you please identify this for the record?
That is a stop work order with the address, the time, and the date.
And what date were these photographs taken?
November 14th, 2022.
Okay. And can you please identify what we're looking at here inside the property?
The interior demolition of the ceiling and non-load bearing wall right there.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
They took out a brick wall separating two rooms. They have a jack with a joist holding up them joists over here.
And here, what are we looking at?
Demolition debris, brick.
Okay. And finally, in this photograph right here, what are we looking at?
There's a new drain.
And what are the date of this next set of photographs, please?
That is December 20th, 2022.
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The exterior front of the property with the stop work order.
Okay. And then finally, can you please read the date of this last photograph?
That photograph is from November 20th, 2023. That's the front of the property. Stop work order was removed. That's it.
And was
And
this
there is a for sale sign on the property.
Okay. And is this the last date of inspection at the property?
Yes,
So this was the last time that you inspected the property, correct?
that was the last time I was there.
Okay, and I'd just like to bring your attention back to Exhibit B. Can you please read what this violation is for?
That is for interior demolition.
And to date, that has not been complied, this violation?
No, it has not.
Okay. And the second violation right here. Can you please read what that's for?
That is for the second one, replace drain. Or
And
you're looking at the interior demolition. I barely read the screen. I'm sorry.
Could you expand
I'll
that a
zoom.
little bit?
Yes, I can zoom in. Here. Oh, can I zoom in?
As for the interior demolition,
Okay, and has that violation been complied?
no, it has not.
And finally, can you please read what the final violation is for?
That is for the new drain in the cellar. It's required for him to have a plumbing permit.
And has that violation been complied?
No, it is not.
And what would the appellant need to do to comply these violations?
Obtain the necessary permits.
Okay, and to date, nothing has been done.
No.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Inspector Curran.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lamb, do you have any cross-examination based on the inspector's testimony?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Woodson. Good afternoon, and Mr. Conrad, good to see you again, sir. Yes, sir. So since the violation that Mr. Curran cited me for, I had made a peer. I understood that I went back to the.
Mr. Lamb, I just want to correct you a minute. Please ask a question. If you don't have a question, we'll give you an opportunity to present your case. But in the interim, ask Mr. Curran if you have any questions for Mr. Curran based on his testimony. That's what you're doing now. You have any questions for him? If you don't have any questions, that's okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I had made an appeal, and I have the appeal and residential permits, and everything's here. I even had hired an architect for plannings to do.
So, Mr. Curran, sorry, Mr. Lamb, what is your question?
My question is, well, right. I mean, I have no question.
Okay, if you don't have a question, that's okay. We'll then let you, in a moment, we'll let you present your case, okay?
Okay.
For the moment.
Yes,
okay. Ms. Costello, do you have any redirect or any additional witnesses?
I do not have any additional witnesses, Chairman Woodson.
Okay. Alrighty. So, Mr. Lamb, the city has presented this case. Now present your case to us. Tell us what happened.
Yes, sir. Yes. Sorry, not understanding the real procedure as to the legal procedure. First of all, so since the report came out, I had made appeal of last year. I went to the city license inspection, made appeal stating that I need more time to comply. Hire all contractors to comply to the violation. And since that time, I had been approved, I have been approved for a residential permit, and also been approved to the extent of the zoning for a addition, top addition of the second floor from the Make Safe. to expand upward of the second floor, make it the same as the first floor length, kitchen length. And so when Mr. Grant was in there, and I had, since that time again, I had architectural planning, I had structural engineering here before, and to comply with everything. And so throughout the process, and I even went back to the office, and another agent named John, I'm sorry, I don't recall his last name, but he had came back and inspected, and I had called the office to lift the correction for asking them if I could proceed right now to demo throughout the house, because that was what was called for, and that was what was approved for. So John came in, and he went in and he looked at the property and everything, and he said, yes, you can proceed now with, you know, your planning of demo throughout the house and everything. And so I did that, and everything there's no plumbing in there right now. All the plumbing is taken out. There's no electric, because I called for electric shut off and gas shut off. And since that time, everything has been approved for, just a matter of me moving on to fix it. But through the process, I had financial problems, so I could not proceed and go on with fixing the house. So we decided to put up for sale, and it's been listed for the last 60 days or so. And so, and in between from the very beginning of the process, from violation to appeal to having all the to the zoning approval for the addition, I did not continue because I did not continue because and in between, excuse me, I asked if I can sell the house as is, and if I recall correctly, one of the agents said that you can sell at any time, you know. So
Okay.
That's it. This is where I'm at, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Costello, do you have any examination of Mr. Lamb?
Mr. Lamb, just two quick questions.
Sure.
You stated that you plan to sell the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be as soon as possible?
Well, I mean, it's been listed on it's been listed on Zillow, and
Okay.
and we check if we check the property pictures now, it's way different from what it was before, and nothing has been
Okay.
done since. We had to ensure to make safe that Mr. Grant pointed out, and we did all the new joists to the first floor, wherever.
That's great. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Lamb. So you plan to sell the property, and you're selling the property, so you will not be complying the violations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No,
I mean,
thank you, sir. No further questions. Chairman Woodson, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, how does it work? I mean, I don't understand. If you can point out to me what I have to do, I will comply in terms of what it is that I need to do.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Costello, and just so that it's a gray area here, Mr. Lamb, did you submit the paperwork for permits to do the interior demolition?
Yes, sir. I did.
Do you have permits for that?
Yes, sir. I have
Okay,
the
so
building permits. I have all the permits.
okay, that's all I need to know. So, Ms. Costello, it sounds as if he has submitted the drawings and necessary to get permits. So he has received them in his hand. So
Yes,
I
sir.
think he's complied, unless there's something else.
Chairman Woodson, I would like to recall then Inspector Curran, and maybe he
I have a
can.
question for Inspector
Yes.
Kern.
Sure.
Yes. Let's recall Inspector Curran. Yes, please.
Yes, he just has a make safe permit that does not comply to interior demolition or breaking the basement slab. It's
Okay.
just for structural repair or the main drain.
Okay. Mr.
Okay.
Tennant?
Yeah, that was my question, Inspector Kern. He hasn't received permits for any of the MEP work that he's already started, correct?
That is correct. And that was just for the plumbing. He didn't do any mechanical work. He just
Right.
installed a new main drain.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Inspector Kern.
Okay. Ms. Costello, you want to, any additional questions?
No further questions, Chairman Woodson. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
No, Mr. Curran, only if Ms. Costello invites you to speak.
Mr. Curran, is there anything else that you would like to clarify before the board?
The make safe permit he has is up for expiration and there was no inspections ever made on that make safe permit.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Thank you. Just as a side note, Mr. Curran, it isn't to you personally, but I ask every person who has an attorney representing them or inviting them as a witness to follow that attorney's direction.
You got it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. If there's nothing else from anyone?
I do. Inspector Kern or Ms. Costello, do you know the expiration date of that make safe? And I asked that question in reference to Mr. Lamb wants to put the property up for sale. And we understand that could take some time. But if that make safe permit expires, that property is in jeopardy possibly. So do you know the expiration date, Inspector Kern?
Inspector Curran, can you please clarify the board the expiration date?
October 11th of 23.
So it has expired.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
No more questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. If there's no further comments, Ms. Costello, do you have any final argument?
Chairman Woodson, I would just say you've heard testimony from Inspector Curran. He iterated that there are 3 violations that remain outstanding on the property that have not been complied. And you heard testimony from Mr. Lamb that stated that he's going to sell the property with no intention of complying these violations before the sale.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lamb, do you have any final comments to make before we vote?
So, I mean, what do I do? I mean, I'm not understanding.
Well, we can't give you advice as to what you should do, but I'm asking, do you have any final comments to make on this case before we vote on your matter?
Yes, sir. So, the comments are that it makes, first of all, the agent had came back to the property and said it was okay to proceed with the make safe. And I had asked him to please let Mr. Curran know that please lift the make safe order and that we can continue. That was sometime in month of May or April, something like that. And so I thought by him stating that, okay, yes, you can continue, then that's what I have proceeded to clean up the debris and everything, and make safe. And
Okay.
so I thought the case was lifted, closed, and that was okay. My second question is that with the permit, the building permit, it has no expiration date. It has like the 3 years to bring up the property. You know, this is what it's stating back here. The disclosure back here has to be 3 years. There's no expiration date as to to bringing back the house to, livable house. Okay. And
Okay.
then I'm sorry, so just one more. And then there's a structural engineering report right here. Structural engineering report. Stating what to do and where to do, showing even photograph it.
Mr. Lamb, we can't see those photographs in that way. It have to be on, be able to share your screen since you don't have them in a computer, displaying them, and we can't see them.
Yes, sir. So, but it should be all in the city file.
Okay.
It should be all in the city file. So that's why I received all the permits, legal permits to everything. from the drawing reports, sketching report, planning report for the second floor, and to the zoning for addition also. I did apply for that.
Okay,
I
that
really got to
Mr.
the-
Lamb, that information you've already shared with us. We have that information on
Yes,
the
sir.
record.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. So it's time for us to call the vote on HA-2022.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for a brief executive session?
Okay. All righty. We'll be brief. Okay, regarding HA-2022-004896, 415 Daly Street, 10 Lamb, City of Firm. Is anyone joining me on the vote?
City of Firm.
I'm going to city affirm with a 30-day stay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna city affirmed.
Okay, thank you.
City affirmed, 30-day stay.
City affirm.
Okay. We have 3-2, City Affirm. The two votes, City Affirm, 30-day stay. So the vote will be City Affirm. Thank you very much for your participation. Mr. Lamb, you've lost your appeal. You can appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, please contact the office and they will give you the information that you will need. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, just one more question. So, I mean, I'm just going to sell the house as is.
Well, you may do that. That's your choice, but I would recommend that you talk to the inspector who you spoke with to come out and do a reinspection on your make safe permit. I would recommend that you talk to an engineer and or a lawyer about your rights and what you should or should not do. We can't give you that advice.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Okay.
I'm just going to sell the house.
Yeah, I'm
That's
saying
all I wanted
that
to-
that's your choice to do that, but you have to understand what legal issues you may encounter if you do that. Understood? I would suggest you talk to a lawyer.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wade, anything else?
Can we dismiss the inspector if he's not on another case?
Yes, if all the witnesses may are dismissed. Mr. Kern, unless you're here for something else, you may have a good afternoon.
Case number 2, hearing appeal HA 2022-004150. 2227 North 4th Street, Kafwada, Laston.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Jeffrey Cohen for the city. I actually also have Inspector Robert Curran here for this case.
Oh, okay.
So we just note for the record, he is still under oath.
Okay, thank you. Laston, Boutoir Laston, 2227 North 4th Street. Anyone present representing that property? Anyone present representing that
here.
property?
He's here. He's downstairs in the concourse. Someone needs to help him unmute. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I can see him on the video, and I was speaking with him earlier in the breakout room. He just may need some assistance with the technology.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in our executive meeting earlier, we talked about there's a request for a settlement on this. They had a settlement.
I didn't have that note on this one.
If I can make a very quick note.
Yes. Before you do that,
unfortunately,
Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen, before you do, let's have him in the room before we have any other discussion. Okay, Mr. Wade, any success?
Yes, he's unmuted.
Okay, ask him to respond to us.
Mr. Laston.
They're gonna bring you in, sir.
Dolores, you got to adjust the camera for him, please. Mr. Laston. Sir.
Is that is it the top left that I'm looking at? The Frank Donovan Jr. Screen? Was that
no, there is
he's
a there's a Kafutwa Laston on video right now.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Oh, I see it. Yes.
Say something, say something. Say you hear him.
Yes, I do hear you. So
Yes. Would you adjust the screen so it's on his face, please?
Okay,
You
hang
see
on
the
a
top of his
second.
head.
Hang on a second, sir.
Okay.
Can you see him now? Yes.
No, it hasn't changed. There you go.
Okay.
That's it right there. Right there is perfect.
Okay.
Mr. Latson, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair. Would you remove your hat, please, sir? You're in a formal hearing.
Oh,
You do me a favor. I have poor hearing. Can you say it again?
Please remove your hat.
Oh,
Okay. Mr. Latson, would you raise your right hand so that we may swear your right hand? That's the left. The other one.
have a good one.
this, oh
The
my,
other hand.
the other hand.
Yes. Do
I'll
you,
do one.
yes, sir. Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Place your hand down, sir.
Yes.
Okay, you can place it down. You're finished. Okay. Mr. Cohen, you wanted to add some preliminary comments?
Yes, just as a preliminary matter, the question that Mr. Laston is going to raise is whether L&I Inspector Curran inspected the property we have identified as 2227 North 4th Street. So that's one of the first issues the city is going to address.
Okay. All right. We have one witness, Mr. Curran, who's currently under oath. Mr. Latson, do you have any witnesses today? Okay. Is Mr. Wade, is there anyone from L&I staff there with him?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Thank
Who's
you,
that?
Dolores.
Is that Mr. Lowe? Would you mind putting your name on the record,
Yes.
please? Yeah, just give us your name.
Dolores Friend.
Okay, Ms. Friend, would you assist Mr. Latson and identify for him the questions that are being asked since he's a difficulty hearing?
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, are you okay with that?
Yes, I would also add for the record that the staff down there in MSB have printed out a physical copy of the exhibits that I sent previously. So in addition to what's on screen, he also has a physical copy if he needs.
Take your copy out of your bag.
Oh, down.
Your copy of the exhibits that's.
Mr. Cohen, is there any issue that of needing a translator?
I don't believe so. We were able to converse in English in the breakout room. But we could pose the question to Mr. Laston directly.
Okay, Mr. Latson, do you need a translator in your native tongue?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you
How do you
understand?
understand me?
Do you understand English well enough to represent yourself in this case?
I understand you, but you are asking me whether I need a translator.
Yes.
I don't think so, but if it's necessary, I have no problem with
So
that.
you think you need one?
This is what I'm saying.
You understand English, right?
I think so, yes, I do.
Okay. All right. We will proceed. Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. The city calls Inspector Robert Curran. If you can unmute yourself, Inspector.
Yep, I'm right here.
Thank you. Through the course of your duties for L&I, have you reviewed the records for and inspected the property at 2227 North 4th Street?
Yes, I have.
And if the board
Listen,
will,
sir, you have to listen.
sorry, if the board will indulge me, I'm going to share the exhibits packet on my screen that was previously provided to the appellant and to the board.
Okay. Make it
I'm
as
gonna-
large as you can, sir, so that everyone can read it easily. If you could, Mr. Cohen. Thank you. That's
Yes.
better.
I'm going to go now to page 2, which is a photo exhibit. Inspector, is this the property at issue in this case?
Yes.
Specifically, this vacant lot that's in between these two houses, is that the next door lot 2225 North 4th Street?
Yes.
And there's a building that's sort of in the back of that lot?
Yes.
You see that building? And then there's this building to the left here that has sort of a beige top floors and a red first floor. Do you see that building?
Yes.
Is the beige and red building 2227 North 4th Street?
Yes.
Is that the building that you inspected?
Yes.
And is this photograph that we have on screen, is this a photograph that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And it's something that L&I keeps or L&I employees keep through their ordinary duties?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Just scrolling down to this photograph. What's the date in the upper left-hand corner?
November 22nd, 2022.
And is this photograph showing that same beige and red building that we were looking at previously?
It is.
And what's this red X that's visible in the window?
That is a stop work order.
Who placed that stop work order?
I did.
And is this a photograph L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes,
Entered by an L&I employee through the course of their duties?
that is correct.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to this series of photographs, which is labeled Exhibit C3 from pages 4 to 17 in the packet. Who took these photographs?
I did.
And do they accurately depict the property as you inspected it on October 5th of 2022?
Yes,
Where was this photograph taken?
that is the rear of the property.
And going down one page here to page 5, where is this photograph taken? And I'll make it a
That is the
little.
rear doorway of the property.
What, if anything, do you note about this photo?
The framing around the door.
What about the framing?
That's all I'm really seeing in this picture.
What I mean is has something occurred to the framing?
It's separating from the brick veneer wall.
Is there also
And there's
spackling along the wall?
no spackling.
And going down now to this photograph on page 6, what, if anything, is depicted in this photo?
You have some new framing, sheetrock.
Are there beams or wooden construction debris in the photo?
There is.
Going down to this photo on page 7, what's depicted here?
There's new sheetrock
And spackling?
and spackle.
And on page 8?
New sheetrock, new spackle.
What about up here on the upper right-hand corner? What's this hanging down from the ceiling?
It's the lighting fixture.
Is the lighting fixture properly attached to the ceiling?
It is not.
What, if anything, is here on the photo on page 9?
There's some new framing at the entryway to the right. And you have plywood.
And on page 10, what's depicted here?
The electrical wiring has been altered. That's lighting fixture.
By altered, do you mean that the wiring new wiring has broken through this punched hole in the ceiling?
Attention, sir.
Yes.
What's depicted here on page 11?
It's a new sheetrock wall, new electrical wiring.
And what's depicted here on page 12?
That is PEX supply piping. And there's PVC drain
Where
pipe.
is, oh, sorry.
This is in the basement.
And can you identify in this photo what elements are new and what elements are pre-existing?
The PEX will be new.
And for instance, this line, it looks like a metal line in the back.
That would
Is
be
that-
that would be a gas line.
Okay. And is there also this in the
It's a lighting
middle?
fixture. Yeah, all the plumbing was leaking. You had a few inches of water in the basement.
And that lighting fixture, is it hanging by the ceiling?
Yes,
Or hanging from the
it's
ceiling?
improperly hung.
Thank you. What, if anything, is depicted here?
It's more of the PEX piping and PVC drain.
What is this hole that's appears to be cut in the ceiling in this photograph on page 14?
An attempt for a drain.
And this is this a closer up photo on page 15 of that same hole?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, is depicted here on page 16?
You got new sheetrock spackling, part of ceiling collapsed, electrical wiring hanging from the opening above the doorway.
And what is depicted outside here on page 17?
That is construction debris.
And just briefly, this is now Exhibit C4 on page 18. Is this a closer up photograph of that stop work order that we had seen in an earlier photo?
Yes, it is.
And did you take this photo?
I did.
Does it accurately represent 2227 North 4th Street on December 9th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Let's go to page 19. What document is this?
It is a violation notice in order to correct.
Just for the record, the highlighting is not in the original document. It's been added for emphasis in this exhibits packet. Is this a document L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
Is this something that an L&I inspector would enter the information into through the course of their duties?
Yes.
What are the 3 violations listed here?
Interior alterations, electrical wiring, and plumbing.
Specifically, that type of work was done without a permit?
Yes.
Oh, well, specifically without 3 permits, 1 for building, 1 for electrical, and 1 for plumbing?
That is correct.
Have you reviewed L&I's records for this property?
I have.
Are there any permits for any of these building, electrical, or plumbing work that was done?
There was never any permits issued.
Are you aware of permit applications that were filed for this property?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to page 31 in the packet, and I'm going to make this a little bigger. What is this on screen?
That is a zoning permit. And it's not issued, it is expired, and it's to change the use of the existing single family dwelling to multifamily.
Who's the applicant for this permit?
Laston. I cannot pronounce his last name.
Would that be the appellant?
That will be.
And just going to the next page, is this that same zoning application?
Yes, it is.
And what is the current status of that application?
It's expired.
Is this the type of record that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes, it is.
And is the information that goes into this record entered by an L&I employee through the course of their duties?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Cohen, may I interrupt, please?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you're referring to some document as an application. And Mr. Curran, Inspector Curran, is confirming that this is an application. I just want to be sure that we as a board understand this is not an application. This is a electronic record of an application that was filed with the department. We're not actually seeing any application. Am I correct?
That's correct. I think for the purposes of the record, when we refer in shorthand to this is an application, what we mean by that is these are L&I's records of an application that was filed, and the records specifically pertain on this page, page 31, to the applicant, what the type of work description is, and on page 32 to the history or processes of that application.
Well, then may I suggest for future, and as you continue with testimony, you don't use the shorthand, but you clarify that you're looking at an L&I record.
Okay.
So that because the stenographer is making a record of everything that's being said. And I believe if this case were appealed, that one would think we were looking at an application, which is not what we are looking at.
Okay, we will be more precise when we.
Thank you.
We do actually have 2 more L&I records to look at, just as an offer of proof, and I'll get to that momentarily.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Moving out to page 33 in the
That's
packet,
Pictures.
what is,
They were for 22, 25, not mine.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Latson, I just ask you not to speak out unless it's your turn because we can hear you and it interrupts everybody else. Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
yes, thank you. Inspector Curran, what is this record that we're looking at now?
That was application for a building permit.
Specifically, is this an
It's
L&I record of?
It's an L&I record. And
What's
the
the
work
current?
the work description for it is installed 2x2 footing, steel columns basement. The expiration date on that is January 29th, 2023.
And was this application in fact expired?
Yes.
And was this application for 2227 North 4th Street?
Yes.
And going now to page 34 in the packet, does this show the history or processes for this building permit application?
Yes, it does.
And is this a type of record that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And is it the information in it entered by an L&I employee through the course of their duties?
Yes.
Now moving on to page 35, what is this record that we're looking at?
That's a L&I record for a commercial building permit.
Is that also a record of an application for 2227 North 4th Street?
Yes.
What type of work was this application submitted to do?
It's for making structural repairs and basement floor joists as per plans and specs.
And moving on to page 36, is this the history or processes of this application?
Yes.
Are these the type of records that L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And is the information that goes into this record entered by an L&I employee through the ordinary course of their duties?
Yes.
So just to sum up, 3 applications, 1 zoning and 2 building, and all of the applications were marked expired?
Yes.
Thank you. I
welcome.
have no further questions at this time, but I would ask if Mr. Kafut or Mr. Laston has any questions, and I can keep the exhibits on screen if you would like to use them.
Mr. Latson,
I have another question, if I may, Mr. Cohen, of the inspector. When you say these applications have expired, does that mean that there was additional information required or something that needed to be done and it wasn't followed up, and therefore the permits that were applied for were not issued?
That's actually addressed on pages 32, 34, and 36.
Well,
if you look in the history or processes of, for instance, this commercial application, there was a review cycle that failed on January 25th of this year. And then the extend here is the permit expiration date was extended, but ultimately on November 16th, L&I marked the permit as expired for failure to respond to this review cycle.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to confirm because, again, I didn't hear anyone making a statement to explain that. You have now done that, and I assume that that's the correct explanation, Mr. Curran, Inspector Curran. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Does Mr. Laston have any questions?
Mr. Latson, do you have any questions of the inspector?
Yes, my question is the first pictures were for 2225, which doesn't belong to my property. And I want to find out from him, because when he was in 2225, I talked to him, I told him, this is not my property. And who opened the door for 22, 23, 25, rather I'm saying, for him? Because I talked to him when he was in there.
Okay, let him answer. Let him answer. Mr. Curran, the issue of which address did you actually inspect?
I was in 2227 North 4th Street.
Okay. Mr. Latson, he says he was in 2227.
That is not true, because before he went
Well,
into
no, wait, Mr. Latson. The photographs that we saw, are they photographs of 2227?
some of them,
Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions of Mr. Curran? Any other questions?
at the meantime, no.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Mr. Cohen, any other information or witnesses?
No, I would just like to enter exhibits C1 through C4. Those are the photographic exhibits. Exhibit C5, which is the notice of violation. And exhibits C9 through C11, those are the building permit applications. 2 building permit and 1 zoning permit applications. But sorry, they're the records of those applications from LNI's system.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Latson, tell us your understanding of what's going on. What's been happening at that location?
Which location? 2227?
Yes, sir. 2227. That's where you got the violation notices. Tell us what
That's
you're
my
doing there.
property. I'm waiting to hear from your decision.
Well, our decision will be partly on what you tell us. Have you been working in that building without building permits?
No,
You had permits for all the work you've done?
no,
Okay, that means you're working without permits.
I'm not working in it.
You're not working at all.
No,
Okay, so
I'm waiting for your decision. What you say, because I don't want to wait behind
okay, so
what
when are you?
he found.
Why have you not submitted building permit applications?
Zoning for what? For 2227?
Yes. What do you want to do in that building?
Oh, well, I mean, somebody, I may rent it, I may do what, I don't know.
Well, you have to tell us what you want to do because the law has different rules based on what you want to do.
I'm staying there, I'm living there now.
You're living in a property that doesn't have plumbing or electrical or anything like that.
I'm not very much worried about that. It's not true that I don't have electricity. I have electricity, but not in the way the inspector wanted.
Okay. Do you have plumbing?
Yes, I have a plumber.
No. Do you have water and do you have a bathroom that works?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I hate to cut in here for a minute.
Yes.
He listed his address as 2229 North 4th Street.
Oh, okay. Mr.
So
Latson,
maybe that
yeah,
might make things a little different. You know what I mean?
absolutely. Mr. Latson, what's 2229 North 4th Street?
That is my property.
Do you live there?
Nobody is living in, but that's my property.
Okay. Let me ask Mr. Curran, when you did your inspection, was the property habitable and was there any evidence anyone was living there?
The house is in disrepair, but he was living there.
Okay. And was there working facilities in the property?
I did not go on the 2nd floor of the property. I was in the 1st floor and in the basement.
Okay.
The plumbing that was installed was, I guess he installed it himself.
Okay. And so the issue was whether or not the work that was done with a permit or not.
No, the work was done with a permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Latson, you probably need the advice of a good architect and a good lawyer to help you figure this out. We can't tell you what to do. All we can say to you is that any work that you do must have permits. Now, have you done any work in this building at all?
Well, the plumbing, and so forth.
Okay. All that construction debris that was this construction debris that's in the backyard and in the 1st floor kitchen, it appears. Who did that?
Oh, the backyard is not finished. I have the architect for that.
Who did all that? That's demolition debris. Who did the demolition?
I can't remember, but I have the chart.
Did you get a permit for the demolition?
It's empty.
Please repeat. I didn't understand.
It is empty. There is nothing to demolish.
You need a permit for demolition.
I didn't demolish. There's no demolition to be
Okay.
done.
So all of that debris, all that, those cabinets and those cinder block and that lumber, all that stuff.
Those I just brought them there, ready for the job after it has been approved, which is a long story. But there was nothing to demolish.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kern, did you see any other evidence of new construction?
Just what are in the pictures.
So there was new pecs, but some of that drywall was brown because it appeared it had been there a long time. Any new drywall?
Just what's in the picture, sir.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
Yes, I do. I just want to ask, Mr. Letson, the pictures that were shown of all those repairs and the electrical wiring and the pipes, are those in a property? Were those pictures taken of a property that you own at 2227 North 4th Street?
Yes, but some
Okay.
of them they are from 2225, which is next door.
I see. Do you own that property?
No, it is owned by somebody else by the name of Water.
So you're saying that the pictures in that were not of the of your property?
Not all of them. I didn't talk to them, to him, the guy who was taking the picture, who allowed him to go there because the owner, Mr. Water, was not around.
Okay. The picture we saw, 2225 is a vacant lot. It's vacant. It's a vacant lot. It's a fence.
It is not a vacant. What happened, it is vacant the other side of 4th. But the other side, which is Oriana, they are living in there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, Mr. Latson, do you plan to submit permits to get the work done that you need done?
Yeah, I'll be able to get it after I have heard this, what I'm supposed to do.
Okay. All right. Is any Mr. Cohen, any final argument?
Just that the inspector was very clear and consistent in his testimony. He took photographs outside and in of 2227 North 4th Street, not the vacant lot next to it, 2225, not the building on Oriana Street that is part of that lot. And he was consistent about this is, the new construction that's happening in here, new PEX lines, new electrical wiring, new sheetrock and new spackling, and new wooden beams. And that plus the applications that, one of which Mr. Laston actually filed for joists in the basement, for changing the use to a multifamily. I think all of that points to there is interior demo or interior renovation work going on with electrical and plumbing at this property, 2227 North 4th Street.
Thank you. Okay. Just one moment. I will poll the board on HA-2022-004150, 2227 North 4th Street. Butwa Latson. Sir, would you pronounce your first name for us, please?
Laston.
First name.
Futwa. Nobody gets it right.
Yeah, Futwa Latson. Okay. Futwa.
Yeah.
Okay. My vote is city affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed.
Next vote.
City affirmed.
Okay.
City affirmed with the 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed.
Okay. City affirmed. Well, the vote is majority. City affirmed. Mr. Latson, you've lost your appeal. if you want to appeal our decision, you may do that and check with the office if you need information as to how to do that. Understood?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. That will be the end of that. Your witness can be excused, and we'll move on to the next matter.
Dolores, thank you for all your help.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Friend and Inspector Curran.
Okay,
And of course, the board.
Yes, we need, it's 5:25. I need a 5-minute break. So we will go off the record for at least 5 minutes. So, Mr. Kelly, we're back on the record. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, can I just take you into the breakout room real quick? Got a
Sure.
Quick question.
Yeah, apologies for some reason. I'm on the wrong screen then. I'll have to go back to the other screen. Oh, now I see you. My apologies, Ms. Ennis. I
That's
was on,
okay.
we have a lot of people tuning in tonight. I was on the wrong screen. Okay. Okay, Ms. Carmody, do you have a witness for today?
I do. The city would like to call Inspector Hollis Cravell, please.
I want to swear Mr. Cravell and Ms. Innocent at the same time. Mr. Cravell, are you present?
You see me?
He have his hands raised. Mr.
Oh, yes.
Could you adjust your camera so we can see your face?
Yes, we can only see like
We see half of your face.
yeah, if you could adjust it a bit so your face is more full on into the camera. Mr. Cravell.
Okay. Good luck.
If you
on
can't
that
adjust the
then.
screen, you may need to get closer. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God? Miss Ennis?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Cravell?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. That's much better. Okay, Miss Carmody?
Hi, Inspector. Could you just for the record state your name and your position with LNI, please?
My name is Hollis Cravell. I'm a code enforcement inspector. I usually deal with the vacant properties and vending issues.
And are you familiar with the property located at 218 East Ashmead Street?
Yes, I am.
And what is your familiarity with that property?
I did an inspection on that property before.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up what is marked as City Exhibit B. Exhibit A is just a copy of the appellant's appeal application form. Are you familiar with this document, Inspector?
Yes, 218 East Ashmead Street, correct. Mhm.
And can you describe what it is?
It's a vacant property.
And is this was issued, just the document itself, like it's the violation issued to the property?
This is a violation that was issued on the 8th of November of 2022.
And can you explain the violations that were present on the property at the date of that inspection?
From what I see here, it's to maintain a vacant property. That's standard for vacant properties.
And I'll scroll down to some of the other violations as well.
We have removed the trash, cut the high weeds in the rear. Again, maintain the vacant property, which is a standard. Follow-up.
Sorry. Okay. And I think, yes, these are the last two.
You need to obtain a vacant structure license and place an identification number on the front of the property, an ID number, the address of the property.
And did you take any photographs on this initial inspection date?
Yes, I did.
Would you be able to recognize those if I showed them?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. And just for the record, can you just point out the timestamp on the side of this photograph just to mark the date? Sorry.
It says the 8th of November of 2022.
Thank you. And can you, looking at this photo, can you explain the basis of those violations, what you looked at to determine that the property was vacant at the time?
Well, you have that basement front window that's it's unkept. It doesn't look like it opens. You have the front door that looks like it's unkept also, it's unpainted, and it looks like it's in disrepair. There is no number on the house, so that's usually with on the average of vacant properties.
Mhm.
Right.
And vacant properties pursuant to the code have to have a vacant property license, correct?
Yes.
And at the time of this inspection, did this property have a vacant property license?
No.
Scrolling down to the next photo, this was taken on the same day.
Yes, the 8th of November.
And can you just explain what's going on in this photo and the violations cited?
Well, there was a gate, a picket fence gate to the front, so I had to lift the camera where I can do as best as I can without actually peeping into the property to get what was behind there. And there is trash and weeds, high weeds in the rear of the property.
Okay. And these weeds are located within the parcel of 218 East Ashmead Street, correct?
As far as I could understand, yes.
Okay. And was this property re-inspected prior to today's hearings?
Yes, it was re-inspected.
And were photos taken on that re-inspection date as well?
Yes.
I'm going to move to, before that, this is the gate that you were talking about.
That's
that
the
you
gate,
lift.
yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna move ahead to what is marked as Exhibit C. And can you just, for the record, state the timestamp on the left side of the photo again?
It's the 17th of November, 2023.
And can you explain, looking at this photo taken just last week, the conditions on the exterior of the property and if it appears anything has changed?
Well, it remains the same, but I see that there's been the address, the number of the property is now placed on the front door, but everything else seems to be the same.
So based on this exterior, the exterior conditions, it still appears that the property is vacant. There's no signs of anyone currently living in the property?
No, the only difference now is that there is a number placed on the front door. Beyond that, everything else remains the same.
Okay, and this second photograph, can you explain how, if at all, the conditions have changed since the initial inspection?
Well, from what I can see, the high weeds still exist in the rear of the property.
Okay. And so based on these photographs, the initial reinspection, it appears that only the markings of the house number have changed, correct?
Correct.
And so it doesn't appear that any additional work has been made to obtain a vacant structure license or maintain the weeds.
Well, the weeds I can account for, and so far I don't think that there's a vacant structure license on the property.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, Ms. Ennis, do you have any questions of the inspector?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Out of all the properties on that street, he chooses to come after me.
Ms. Ennis, the inspectors are based on a complaint. We don't know who the source of the complaint, but do you have a specific question regarding his testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carmody, do you have anything else, another witness or any additional questions?
I have no additional questions or witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ennis, you may present your case if you'd like. This is your appeal.
Okay, so those photos that he showed, they do indicate that there is weeds in the back of the yard. There is another house next door to mine, 216. Those tenants, first let me go back. This property, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back to the Zoom and share screen. Okay, Daddy's house. not that great at all of this, but okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet. We see a black screen. We don't see your document yet.
Okay. I don't really know how to. All right.
Was the item that you wanted to share, has it been opened already?
Those photos, yeah, but I sent in new photos to one of the gentlemen.
Miss Ennis, you didn't hear my question for you. My question to you is that you're attempting to share your screen. I'm asking the file where those photos are placed, has it been opened?
No, not by
Okay.
you guys.
No. If you want to share your screen, you have to open the item first and make sure it's open. And then when
Right,
you hit
it's
share,
open.
you started speaking before I stopped talking.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just attempting to help you. So have you opened the file yet where the photos are located?
Yes.
Okay, and they still won't come up. You clicked on that? Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Now
All right.
scroll down so we see a part of your headings, but you don't. Okay. Now what is your testimony?
Okay. This is as of, if you can see the screen, this is the only thing I did do is paint the door. Okay.
Okay.
I did add numbers. Okay. And
Okay.
that's at night. Okay. Now what he's saying is that my property is vacant. I have another property. This is my father's
No,
house.
Miss Ennis, focus on this property. Is the property vacant?
I'm in there every other day.
But do you live there?
No, I don't live there.
So the
but
property's
I own one
vacant.
across the street too, but I don't live there, and he didn't.
Miss Ennis, let me caution you. This is
Okay.
not going to be an argument. So there's
No,
no
I'm not
need.
trying to, sir.
Ma'am, listen to me.
Yours.
Listen to me. Just calm down, lower your voice, and we'll respond to one another. We're asking questions because you read the violation notice, correct?
Right.
And so the violation notice said you had high weeds in the back, and there were some things you need to do in the front. Now you've done some work. The other issue is that if it's a vacant property, you're required to have a vacant property license. And so my question to you was, is the property vacant?
Nobody's living there right now. So
That
yeah,
means
I
it's
guess
vacant.
you could say.
That means it's vacant, right?
But okay. Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't want to board it up because then that makes people know that it's vacant. That property, my house has been like that since my father passed. Okay.
Okay.
There's water, there's electricity. It's not like it's disheveled. I mean, the blind in there, I had a cat in there, the cat kept tearing down the curtains and messed up the blinds. So I refused to keep replacing blinds. That's why the window looks like that. There is work that has to be done. I am filing plans with my architect to redo the property altogether. That's why I haven't redone the stucco and other things, but there is no permits because I haven't.
Okay, Miss Ennis, you made an assumption that's not correct. If you get a vacant property license, it does not require that you board up the property. In fact, the city of Philadelphia wants you to have windows and doors even in vacant property. That it does not require that you board it up. It's required that you secure it so people can't get in it. It appears that your house is secure, that nobody's breaking in it. Oh, so I'm saying that doesn't negate the need for a vacant property license.
Okay.
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 Now, did you read the violation notice? Because it explains why each violation was written.
Right, but the violation said debris in front of the house. There is
Okay, but there's high
no
weeds in the
debris
back.
in front of my house.
But there's high weeds in the back, correct?
Only when he came. Okay,
Well,
I'm not going to pay somebody every 2 weeks to go back there and cut their
Miss
grass.
Ennis, in order to be in compliance, you may have to do it once a month. You have to keep the high weeds down.
Sir, I understand what you're saying, but can you look at this block? Look at that. That's right
That's
across the
irrelevant to our conversation. Your house is the only address we're looking at. Okay. Any additional information you'd like to put on the record so we understand what's going on? Oh, and would you mind adjusting your camera so we can see your face? We can only see the top of your head.
Can you see my head now?
Oh, perfect. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Anything else you want to add?
I just think it's so unfair. I've been taking care of the front of my house and the house next door because it was vacant for a very long time, and now I'm getting penalized.
Miss Ennis,
It's so unfair.
Miss Ennis, I hope you understand. All they're asking you to do is apply for something called a vacant property license. It's not like you have to go do anything
I
to
will,
the
sir.
property.
I understand. Nobody ever told me I need a vacant property license for something that a place that I see every day. Like I can see if it's nobody goes in there. I go in there at least 3 times a week. So I don't consider it vacant. You guys do, but I don't. I have electricity in there. I have tools in there. I have a lot of stuff in there. I have my artwork in there. I don't consider it vacant. You do. It doesn't have to be to me, it doesn't, nobody have to live there, but somebody has to maintain it. And I have plans on maintaining it.
Okay. Also, just keep in mind that regular maintenance to trash, debris, and weeds need to be maintained as well. To cut the weeds in the back and that sort of thing.
I understand, sir. Can I just say one thing? I
Sure.
spent $3,000 this summer cutting weeds. Now, when he came, the vegetation grew back. I spent a lot of money. If I'm going to keep the front clean, and you've seen the rest of the block, I'm definitely going to keep my back clean. But right now, the weeds are high. I have death in the family, and I can't just do everything. I just can't.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a priority, those weeds in the back when you have people dying.
Our condolence on the death in your family. We are not here to make life harder. We're just here to respond to the complaints and your appeal. So we're responding to your request for a peer hearing. Ms. Carmody, any additional questions? Any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Ms. Ennis, so you did state that you don't reside at the property, correct?
No, I do not.
But you said that you do visit the property a few times a week, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If you look at your records in the city of Philadelphia, that house used to belong to my dad. That's 218. My mother's house is 213 right across the street. So I'm there all the time. My nephew lives in that house. I plan on fixing this one up and giving it to one of my family members as well.
Okay, but as of yet, no, you haven't begun any work to change the interior of the property, started any construction, any renovations?
No, I wouldn't do that. I did have a permit, but I let it expired. And I called LNI and the gentleman said, when you start back up again, let me know. Then I had a series of deaths in the family and it just never got there.
Understood. My condolences. I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Do we have any further comments or questions from anyone? Okay. Alrighty. Any final comments from Ms. Ennis? And then we'll hear from Ms. Carmody before we vote.
No.
Ms. Carmody?
Just very briefly, we've heard from the inspector that we are about a year out from the initial notice of violations, and most of the violations are still outstanding. The city recognizes the addition of the numbers on the door and that effort to bring things up to compliance. However, the vacant property license is still outstanding. And while the city recognizes frequent visitations to the property, it is insufficient to establish the sort of habitual use and or residency that would possibly vacate the need to get the license. So the city would request respectfully for a city affirmed.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from anyone before we call the vote? Okay. We will now call the vote, and on HA-2023-004930, 218 East Ashmead Street, Regina Ennis, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
Feel sustained.
So I owe all of
No,
this.
we're in the midst of voting, ma'am. Please don't, we're in the midst of voting.
Okay.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay.
Okay.
Is it my turn?
Yes,
City
sir.
Affirmed 60-day stay.
I'll change my vote to city affirmed with a 60-day stay.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll change my vote too. 60,
Okay.
60-day stay with city firm 60 days.
Okay. All right. I will do likewise. So the majority vote is city affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement. Ms. Ennis, what that means is that we affirm the fact that the city wrote a proper violation notice. However, there cannot be any additional enforcement action for at least 60 days. Understood? Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that you understood what we just did.
That's what I'm trying to make sure I understand. So within those 60 days, if I clear the debris and get the license, then what?
Well, the city won't take any further enforcement action. For instance, if you did nothing, then the city could take you to court.
Okay.
But if you do something that will, for 60 days, they aren't going to do anything. They allow you the opportunity to bring the property up to compliance. So you need to be in touch with the office to see where things stand. At the same time, make sure you submit that application for the vacant property license.
Okay. Am I still going to owe these fines if I fix everything in 60 days?
Well, that I can't answer.
Okay. Who can?
You call the office and find out where we are with that. Where you are with them. Okay. Now, I should have asked this question. The property in your name?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the deed been transferred to your name. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would just like to move my exhibits into evidence before we can.
Okay. So moved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Ennis, would you please close your screen?
Wait, we got two different people talking. Mr. Pincus, you were saying something?
Would you please close your screen, Ms. Ennis?
Oh, Ms. Ennis, would you mind just closing your screen, please?
Okay, I don't know.
I got it.
Okay. Ms. Washington, you had a comment you wanted to make?
No, sir. It was the same thing that Mr. Pincus.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. And Ms. Ennis, you may appeal our decision. If you want to do that and need information, call the office for LNI Review Board, and they will give you information required for you to appeal our decision. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
That concludes my matters for today. May I be excused?
Yes, and the witnesses are excused. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All righty. What do we have next?
Be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Case
you. Have a
number
good
8.
evening.
Case number 18, hearing appeal HA 2022-005030 1325 Snyder Ave, Landmark Architectural Design.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
It was Miss Davis. Let me make sure she's not in a breakout room.
Okay.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Davis?
Mr. Wade, did you call case number 18 or 17?
18. No, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay.
Case number 17. Hearing appeal HA 2022-004959, 6352 Calvert Street, Valdemar Vieira.
Okay. And Ms. Davis, is that you?
That is correct, Chairman. With regards to this matter, it will be a joint continuous request. We do have the appellant here to confirm that request as well.
Okay. Mr. Valdemar, are you present?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
Okay. What is the request? What is the basis for the request for the continuance?
Yeah, so for the base of the request, we need to schedule a new interior inspection. And also the appellant's in the process of obtaining his rental license, but essentially it's for a new interior inspection of the subject premises.
Okay. All right. We will continue this matter then. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
And that
Ms. Beer.
concludes my business for the day. May I be excused?
Oh, okay. You aren't on 18.
No, I am not.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Case
Okay.
18 is in a a breakout room currently.
Okay.
But
So
I
let's-
believe a settlement was reached in a different in matter 37.
Okay.
Case number case number 37, hearing appeal HA 2023-000084 912 Edgemore Road, Frank Dawson Jr.
Okay, who's representing the city?
It's good afternoon or good evening, Amy Skiles, for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, and the appellant, Frank
Yes,
Dawson Jr.
yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Dawson, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give would be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Skiles, do you have a witness?
Well, we were able to reach a resolution in this
Okay.
matter. I spoke with Mr. Dawson. We've agreed to a city affirm with a 120-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, city affirm 120-day stay. All righty, thank you. Mr. Dawson, you confirm that in fact you agree with that agreement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Alrighty. HA 2023-000084 912 Edgemore Road, Frank Dawson Jr. Per agreement, city affirm 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement, 120-day stay in force.
City affirmed per the agreement with the 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 120-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay. What's our next matter, Mr. Wade?
Case number 21, hearing appeal HA 2022-005150, 5966 North Norwood Street, Pernell Woodson.
Okay, P-E-R-N-E-L-L, Pernell Woodson. Who's representing the city? Representing the city. Mr. Router, is that you? I mean, you're muted. I'm not sure if you're.
Oh, I'm not sure. We just got out of a breakout room. Which case did you call?
Number 21.
Pernell Woodson.
5966 North Norwood Street.
Okay, that is my case. However, since we just got out of the breakout room on number 18, we do have an agreement. Could we maybe do that first and then we can
No, since we're on the record on 21, I need to finish that out before I don't want to confuse the record. Is that person present? Because so far no one has responded.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, sir, your name?
Pernell Woodson.
Okay, Pernell Woodson. Okay, Mr. Woodson, I just want to, for the record, indicate that we are not relations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no relation between myself and the appellant, Mr. Pernell Woodson. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rauter, you're suggesting that there's just a matter you want to put on the record for your other case?
if we can, then I can let the appellant and their attorney and the city inspector go.
Okay, let's do this then. We'll continue this matter to hear your record, number 17.
18.
18, my apologies. Mr. Wade, read in number 18, and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Purnell, just hold on a moment.
Case number 18, hearing appeal HA 2022-005030, 1325 Snyder Avenue, Landmark Architectural Design.
Okay, Mr. Rauter?
Sure. Thank you. May it please the board. Leonard F.
Yes.
Reuter, senior attorney for the city of Philadelphia. Sean Whalen is the attorney representing the appellant. It was a little bit confusing, but the appeal was filed by Mr. Vincent Mancini. Mr. Mancini is an architect. He's not an attorney. There actually is a Mr. Vincent Mancini who's an attorney, and I think somehow the wires got crossed there. So the actual attorney for the case is Sean Whalen. Mr. Mancini is the appellant. Nevertheless, we have agreed to a 90-day continuance. They will call for a final inspection, and presumably this matter will be resolved before it has to come back.
Okay, Mr. Whalen, can you confirm that, in fact, you agreed to a 90-day continuance?
Yes, hello, Sean Whalen here on behalf of Landmark Estates LLC. I am the attorney representing the owner of the property with regard to this appeal. Landmark Architects is the tenant at the property who actually occupies the building. And yes, I do agree with Mr. Reuter that we've agreed to a 90-day continuance, and a final inspection, I believe, has actually already been requested. So this should be done long before we come back.
Okay, just not to put too fine a point on this, but Landmark Estates is really the property owner and the responsible party. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all
And
right.
that shows on the public records, like if you go into the Atlas website and whatnot,
Okay.
Landmark Estates LLC is the owner.
Yeah, Landmark Architecture Design being here as the appellant just confuses matters, but okay. All right.
Certainly understood.
Okay, all right. So that matter will be noted as continued for 90 days at least. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so
so
let's
much,
go back.
everybody.
Oh, thank you. Let's go back
Thank you.
to 21.
Reread it.
Yes.
Recalling case 21, hearing appeal ending 5150 5966 North Norwood Street, Purnell Woodson.
Okay. So Mr. Woodson, I think, is present, and Ms. Router is your matter. You have an inspector, Mr. Router?
Yes, I do, Mr. David Alicio.
Miss Licio.
He is logged in.
Okay, we'll need him to, okay. Unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Woodson, if you and Mr. Licio would both raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God? Mr. Licio?
Yes.
Mr. Woodson?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hands down. Okay, Mr. Roder?
Okay, thank you. First, I want to apologize for my appearance on the screen. The lighting in my room is sort of behind me and it's dark in front and just look kind of like a shadow
Okay.
here, but there's nothing I can do about it at this moment. So, Mr. Alicio, could you just state your title for the record?
Yeah, just a regular field building inspector.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property located at 5966 North Norwood Street?
Yes,
Okay, and did you have occasion to inspect the property back in 2022?
I did.
Okay, and when did that inspection take place? Around December, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure if we pulled up the eclipse that I'm sure you're right.
Sure. Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would ask for permission to share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Can you all see that? I will try to enlarge it.
Yes.
Oops, that didn't do right. All right. Too big. Sorry. So drawing your attention to Exhibit C1, previously marked as such for identification. Mr. Alicio, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's just a notice of violation for code compliance.
Okay, and was that for the property at 5966 North Norwood Street?
Yes,
Okay, and does that indicate that an inspection took place December 12th of 2022?
December 8th. And typically that would mean that I would have been there the day before. So the actual photos might say the 7th.
Okay. Now, what is the violation that is noted on this notice of violation? If you can see it on the screen.
Oh, yeah. So I do remember going through the rear alley. There was a vacant property next door. And I observed them digging out a foundation and replacing it with cinder block, which is not incorrect practices, but I mean, it does require a permit.
Okay. So now this is just the second page of the violation notice. I'm going to draw your attention to the exhibit previously marked as C2.
Yeah.
And do you recognize this?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is this picture? It's a photograph, isn't it?
Yeah. That would be, I took that photo. Yeah. It's just the rear of the property showing
Okay.
where the work is.
Okay. And can you describe what the picture shows?
Yeah. So to me, I could see a rear wall. So I didn't actually go in their property. But from what I could see from there is they removed the rear wall, and just judging by the material that was there, but the cinder blocks, it looked like they were replacing the foundation to repair that rear wall.
Now, I don't know if you can see my cursor squiggling around here, but where that blue tarp is that the area that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and that's like a rear shed addition. Looks like they removed the wall there.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a close-up photo of the same thing, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and again, it shows that rear wall has been removed.
Correct.
Okay. And again, just another photo of the same thing?
Yes,
Okay. And this photo, is this the front of the property?
correct. I always take a front shot too.
Sure. And it looks like another photo, the same rear of the property.
Yeah,
This looks like a different date.
yeah, that would be the follow-up.
Okay, that'd be a reinspection a little over 30 days later.
Correct.
Okay. And does it look like the additional work had taken place after the violation was issued?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell what kind of work that was?
Not without going on their property, no.
Okay. All right. Going to draw your attention now to Exhibit C3. And what is this?
So this is just the final notice stating that there will be no more just re-inspections. After this point, it would go through this process right now.
Okay. I think that's it. Now, the documents that we've looked at, the 2 violation notices, are those the documents that are kept in the regular order of business at the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and the photos you yourself took, is that right?
Correct.
And those are also kept in the regular order of business at the department?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since this time, have you been able to determine whether or not any permits were ever obtained for the work that was done?
No, I checked earlier today just because I knew that this hearing was coming up, and I did not see any permits applied for or any type of, nothing on the property outside of the complaint in the case and this hearing.
Okay. All right. And with that, I would ask the board, I would move that these exhibits be entered into the record.
So moved.
And I have no further questions for the inspector.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Woodson, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
May I I don't know if Mr. Alicio is still here for another case or not, but he's no longer needed for this case.
I'd like him to remain until we vote.
Sure.
In case someone has a question. Okay, Mr. Woodson, share with us your understanding of what's going on.
So from my understanding, we were excavating like a walk path and stuff, but we never actually finished it. So like that's why in that second picture it's sort of like cleared up more. But we actually weren't adding in like any CMU, any cement or anything. That was just for the fencing line that were adding to it, where the fence connects to the wall and stuff.
Okay. Well, okay. So you were doing some kind of construction, building foundations, putting foundations in or anything for something?
No, we didn't add any foundation work there. No, it was for a walkway.
Okay. There's another photo that shows plywood that appeared to be some that. What is that about?
We're when we were taking off parts of that shed kitchen, that's just old wood from the shed kitchen.
Okay. No. I mean the plywood that's there at the back there, adjacent to the rear shed. That was just to like block off where we were working and where we weren't. Okay. So did you get a permit for the demolition of the shed?
No, I did not know about the needing the permit for the demolition at the time.
Okay. Alrighty. Did you get a permit for any of the work in the property at all?
Not at that time, no.
What do you have do you have permits now?
We're in the process of doing that. We had to like pause construction on this project, and it's just been paused for like a year.
So have you submitted applications for permits?
No, not this recently.
I'm confused. Have you submitted applications or not?
No.
Okay. Do you live in that house?
Yes.
That's your permanent residence, your regular residence?
Yes.
Anyone else on the deed besides yourself?
My brother.
Okay. Do you own it? How's the ownership structured? Is it a LLC or anything like that?
No.
It's just both names.
Yes.
And what is his name for the record?
Gregory Woodson.
Okay. Is he present today?
No, he left earlier.
Mr. Rotter, any problems with proceeding?
No, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
If I could just ask Mr. Woodson
Yes.
a couple quick, Purnell Woodson, that is, a couple quick questions. Mr. Woodson, the work that was being done, were you doing that yourself or did you hire somebody to do that work?
For this portion, I was doing it myself.
Okay. And do you understand that in addition to needing a permit, most of this work would require a licensed contractor?
I do now.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from anyone else on the board? If not, Mr. Rotter, do you have any final argument?
No, I think the case pretty much speaks for itself. It seems like, the violation is self-evident. There was work done without a permit. I believe Mr. Woodson has essentially admitted that they've had pretty fair amount of time to correct this by either getting the permits while they were waiting for the appeal or by at least clearing out this stuff, although they would still need to get a permit to rebuild that rear wall. But again, if they want to do this work, that's fine. They just need to hire a proper contractor to get that work done and to get the proper permits.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Woodson, any final comments before we vote?
No.
Okay. We'll poll the board on HA-2022-005-150 5966 North Norwood Street. Purnell Woodson, City Affirm.
City Affirm.
Mr. Chairman, can he put down his,
Oh, am I still sharing my screen? Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You mind? Yes, sir.
Whoops.
Thank you.
all right, City Affirm.
Thank you. Who's next?
City Affirm with the 60-day stay of enforcement.
City Affirm.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodson, the vote is City Affirm. There were 1, 2, 3, 4. City Affirm, 1 60-day stay of enforcement. The final decision is City Affirm. You can appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, call the office, the number that's on your appeal letter, the decision letter rather, and they will tell you how to appeal our decisions. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. The inspector is excused, and we will need to move on to the next matter. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Wade, what's next?
The next case is case 32. I just wanted to make the option available to Mr. Reuter if he had any interest in a breakout room for case 38 to let me know. But case 32, hearing appeal HA 2023 000153 4649 Oakland Street. Berliz de Jesus, de Jesus.
Okay. And who's representing the city?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question from
Yeah, you're breaking up, Mr. Washington. You're breaking up.
I
We couldn't
have
hear
a
you.
continuous request. I have a continuous request.
Yes.
I'm looking at that. It was sent in at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So
I'm
what
not-
are we going to do?
I'm not understanding your question. What are you asking?
I have on here from a continuous request from case number 32.
Okay. Continuous request. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
I didn't know which way it was going to go, whether he was going to hear it or not.
Oh, okay. Let's check in with the city attorney. Who's representing this matter?
Good evening, board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Yes. And there was a request for a continuous. Did you respond? What is your response to
Yes,
that?
the city has no objection to that continuous request.
Oh, okay. In that instance, we will continue the matter at 4649 Oakland Street. Thank you very much.
Just while I believe the person who put the request is on the hearing. And they are not the appellant. I don't know if we want to make them aware that the appellant needs. They are
wait a minute.
They are a property manager, I believe.
Okay, let's, Ms. Davis, just for a moment. I think I may
Yeah.
have jumped the gun. Okay.
Yeah, my apologies, because there was a continuance request that was forwarded to me. I think
It
it
was
had
a
the
late-
actual. Say it again, Mr. Wade?
It was a late continuance request from, I believe, from a property manager who is on the call now. I just
Okay,
wanted
who
to
is that
let them
person?
know that they.
Well, we may,
believe it's-
that decision may not stand. I need to know who's present.
I believe it was Mr. Henry.
Mr. Jerome Henry, who's, sir, you're muted. Okay, Mr. Henry, what is your relationship to this property? We did not hear you. Your line is really bad. We cannot understand you. Your connection is really poor.
Okay.
Okay, let's do this. Two things.
Yes, I requested continuance.
Okay. Who's the owner of this property, sir?
Barbies de Jesus.
Is that an organization or a person?
No, it's a whole person.
That's a person. You cannot represent him.
Yes.
Okay. And so what we're
No,
going
I'm
to
not
do.
representing.
Pardon me?
Yes, I'm the licensed expediter that filed the petition and the changes, and we never received no notice that was going to be a Zoom hearing today. I went downtown to the municipal building.
Okay, sir, we can barely.
It was actually a Zoom hearing.
Mr. Henry, we can barely hear you. And I'm concerned that the court reporter is not able to record your testimony. And so what we're going to do, because this connection is not working, and this person who submitted the appeal, Berlitz de Jesus, needs to be present. It's his appeal or her appeal, not sure what gender the person is. And so since that individual is not responding, who is not present, we will have to continue this. Ms. Davis, any concern with that?
No, I have no objection, Chairman.
Okay, we'll note this as continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening. Okay. What's next, Mr. Wade?
1 second. Case number 38, hearing appeal, HA 2023-000077, 1513 Spring Garden Street, Sharon Mays.
Okay, Sharon Mays. Is Sharon Mays present?
I am. I'm present.
Okay, we need to see the person's face, and the name on the screen says something different.
I know because I had to get on a different computer because I've been on here since 1:50 and mine died. So here I go. Can you see me?
Okay. Yes, I can see you now. If you wouldn't mind changing
I'll
the
change
name.
it.
Oh, okay, we'll change the name on the screen. Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Thank you. Good afternoon. May it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter for the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Reuter. Actually, Mr. Wade, would you also mute Mr. Jerome Henry? He's causing some background noise. Okay.
If I might, I apologize to the board, but the inspector on this matter had to leave. So I'm going to have to request a continuance.
We intend to cease.
Yes.
Well, we would continue to stay the cease pending.
Okay, okay, two things. One, Mr. Reuter,
It's not a safety issue.
Okay, but if that's an issue with your inspector, we should know that as early as you know it, and so we can try to accommodate that. So,
well, again, I think there were a number of inspectors that had to leave at
but it may
earlier
have.
today.
I just need to know. This one was not brought to my attention as needing to be expedited in the hearing schedule in terms of where it's held. So when we do that at 6:11, we've held the appellant here all day or some portion of the day, which is unfair to her. So it's an issue that I'd like everyone to hear me clearly. When this is going to be an issue, we need to know at the start of the hearings that you have an issue with your inspector or some other witness. Now, Ms. Mays, I will apologize to you that this has happened, but we need that inspector to complete the hearing. So any comment from you?
Yes, I want to know what's the violation because I'm a tenant of the
There's,
property.
well,
So-
the owner got the violation notice. Mr. Rauter, can you do that without, getting
Sure.
to the
Yeah.
facts of the
I mean,
matter?
I think again, there are some legal issues in the case. This is, so with respect to the inspector not being here, we still might be able to resolve some of this. This is a commercial property, at least the first floor of the property is commercial. And Ms. Mays, I believe, is operating a hair salon or something a beauty salon, something along those lines within that space. That space does not have a proper use permit to allow that use. Now, she is the tenant. She's a commercial tenant. As a commercial tenant, she has a right to take the appeal. However, it's not clear whether she would have a right to apply for and obtain the permits that would be necessary to authorize the use. We did send the violation notices to the actual owner of the property. The owner of the property, and my understanding from Ms. May's appeal, the owner of the property has in fact told Ms. Mays to take care of it, but either the owner or Ms. Mays has to apply for a permit to the Department of License and Inspections to get a zoning permit to authorize the use. There's also a concern which does not involve Ms. Mays, but does involve the owner regarding the two units upstairs. But just with respect to Ms. May's own business, she could apply for the zoning permit to authorize that use so long as she has written authorization from the owner. The city's not privy to the lease agreement that she has with the owner to make a determination about whether she has that right. So she could either, if the lease specifically authorizes her to get that permit, she can apply for the zoning permit and upload a copy of that lease, or she can just get a written to submit the permit.
Mr. Rauter, is it clear that
Application.
the communications regarding the intent to seize and the violations have been served properly on the owner?
Yes, we have no reason to think that the notices were not received. And again, I believe based upon Ms. May's own appeal, there has been she's been in communication with the owner. It looks like she's trying to.
Can I say
Yes.
something?
Well, just before we do that, Mr. Rauter, based on what you've said and where we are, do you want to continue with the hearing without the inspector?
Well, I think that's basically the whole hearing because the inspector would only be here to verify that in fact, as of today, there is no zoning permit to authorize this use at this location.
Okay, so let me swear in Ms. Ways, and so that we can get her testimony on the record properly. Ms. Mays, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Mays, this is what we will do. We will hear from Mr. Rauter. He will complete his statement of fact. Then after which you can share with us your understanding of where things are, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Mays, do you have an attorney representing you?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rauter? Are you representing yourself as an individual or as the owner of a corporation?
I'm representing myself as the owner of my business. I was told by the inspector to go file an appeal.
No. You're getting ahead of me.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you, is your company an LLC or a corporation?
Oh, my business is an LLC.
Okay. That's where we're headed. And Mr. Rauter, the issue, and also Ms. McSherry, does she need to have an attorney representing her in this matter?
I do not believe. Sorry, I was muted there.
Yeah.
Given that it depends on if she's here representing the interests of the business or of if she's representing her own interests as an individual. Given that the business is an LLC, I would advise that she should have a counsel.
Okay. Ms. Mays, what you may not be aware of is that any corporate entity, LLC or otherwise, must be represented by legal counsel for these hearings. And given what you're dealing with, regardless of what we do today, you may want a lawyer to help you with all of this. This is not a simple matter. So let's do this.
The financial issue. This is crazy.
Okay, let's do this because I think information is going to be important here, Mr. Ryder. Why don't we proceed? Because we weren't going to be able to continue this hearing, but I'd like to proceed to a point where we need to stop and continue it. Okay, I just want the facts on the record, please.
Well, sure. In terms of the violation that was issued, that's really the only evidence that the city has is the fact that the business is operating at the location at 1513 Spring Garden Street. So like we don't have pictures or something. This is a use. There's no dispute that there is a business operating at that location, which again appears to be a beauty salon or a hair salon of some sort, that Ms. Mays is Ms. Mays is the owner of that, whether that's directly or through an LLC or not is not clear. And that there is no zoning permit authorizing that use at that location. So again, we believe that the tenant, a commercial tenant of a property that gets a violation for not having the use permit for that commercial use would have standing to bring the appeal. But, and this has come up before the board in the past, the question is whether or not that tenant is in a position to actually correct the violation. Because again, the only way this violation gets corrected is either the business stops operating or a use permit is obtained. In order to get a use permit, the applicant has to have, to get a use permit, an applicant has to have a written authorization from the owner. In the case of a commercial tenant and a commercial lease, the tenants often do have that authority that's built into the lease itself. We don't know what the lease says because leases are not recorded typically.
Okay.
So we would need to, so for Ms. Mays to go forward with this appeal, I mean, again, presumably there's no dispute that this business is operating here. There is no permit authorizing the use. So for the city, the only question is Ms. Mays or her business in a position to actually submit a permit application to get the use permit, in which case this would all, there may be other permits that would be necessary because again, it's hair salon, there are other types of licenses and other permits that may be needed. None of those are at issue in this particular case. The violation was issued to Ms. Guzman, who is the owner of the property. Her name is Diane Guzman. And
okay,
so
Miss Mays, understand we can't resolve this tonight, but I think you have a couple questions that we may be able to help with before we continue this.
Can I just say something real quick though? When I spoke to Ms. Griffin, who is the inspector, she told me to just go file an appeal to stop her from shutting down my business. She said this had nothing to really do with me personally, like my business. She said this had nothing to do with me. She didn't even know that there was tenants living like upstairs.
Okay, but you aren't telling us anything new. We know all of that. The issue is that you are in a building that's currently, according to our records, illegal. And so the issue is who's going to make the corrections?
So my question is though, is the whole building big? So
potentially the whole building may have to be vacated, depending on what we find out in future inspections.
Tenants live above me, and when I rented the space, it was rented as a commercial space, like signed commercial space for rent.
Okay,
so
Ms. Mays, let me ask you a question. Does your lease give you authority to make to submit the zoning application?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do, Ms. Mays. This is what we're going to do. The questions that you need answered, you need an attorney to answer them for you. None of us are permitted to give you legal advice. You need to get your own independent attorney to help you through this, because either you and your landlord together or separately, somebody has to make an application to the department to legalize that space. Now, they may have rented it out for years. It may have been illegal for years. We don't know that. And so the record is unclear. Understand?
It's so right. So, and what type of attorney do you get to handle this matter?
Real estate attorney.
a real estate attorney.
You're a zoning attorney, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Zoning, my
Someone-
apologies. Yeah.
And if I may, Ms. Mays, the issue is any use needs an approval. It's possible that the use as a hair salon in this property is permitted under the zoning code and all you need is a permit. But on the other hand, it's possible that the way for the zoning of this property is such that you can't operate a hair salon without getting a variance under the zoning code, which is a much more complicated process and which probably would require the services of an attorney. But you may need to consult with an attorney who has experience in zoning matters just to make sure that whatever is needed to be done will be done and will be done correctly.
And this used to be a hair salon.
Doesn't matter. The issue is what the record says. That's what we're saying to you. That's why you need legal advice to help you navigate this. Okay?
Sarah, this is zoned as a RM1, so it's residential zone, the entire building.
Okay.
As Mr. Pickens says, there's going to be some complications in getting this in a long process.
Okay. So we're going to continue this matter. Ms. Mays, you need to get an attorney to work with you to come back to us. And you can get a zoning attorney who knows zoning plus understands how to represent you before this board. Okay. And also, please talk to the owner of the property.
She's complicated, and per the inspector, she's not having any good communication with her either.
Okay. Well, that's her risk. She may have an issue beyond where we can help her. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to continue this matter.
So would I receive something in the mail? Or
Yes, you will get additional notice in the mail. But in the meantime, I would advise you tomorrow to start looking for a zoning attorney. Don't wait. Yeah, don't wait until you get the notice. Start looking now so you're prepared.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. What do we have next, Mr. Wade?
Now, the last case on the list, case number 43, hearing appeal
Okay.
HA 2023 002498, 2100 Diamond Street, Judith Robinson.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I want to put back on the record my recusing from this.
Yes, sir. Actually, given this is the last case, Mr. Washington, it may be just appropriate for you to sign off.
Y'all have a great day.
Okay.
Thanksgiving to you,
Thank you.
Mr. Washington.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Kenny.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to leave at this time as well. I apologize.
Okay, let's see what we have here. Do we have three persons present? We'll need 3 people.
Steve is here.
Oh, yes, the 3 of us. Yes. Okay. As long as we have 3, we're serving now. Mr. Rotter, I just want Mr. Pickens, would you wait until we get the case called and then we'll let everybody know. Mr. Rotter, I think this is your matter.
It is.
Okay, is the appellant present, Judith Robinson?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, would you turn on your video again, please?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pickens has announced that he has to leave, which means we lose a formal quorum, but we are serving as a 3-person panel for the hearing of this case, which is permitted by code. Okay, any objection to that? Any objection to that, Mr. Router or Ms. Robinson?
No objection from the
Yes, yes. If you're calling yourself a panel, not a quorum.
The recently passed code by vote of the citizens of Philadelphia permitted LNI to do that. It requires that there be at least 3 people.
Okay. All right. I'll wait until my turn to
okay.
Determine my right to make sure that I'm protected.
Understood.
As far as this issue, is this a point now where I might make the issue
Not
that
yet. Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
I need to swear you in and then unmute yourself. I'll swear you in. Do you swear?
I'll excuse myself, Mr. Chairman, and wish everyone a pleasant holiday.
You excuse, sir. Have a good evening.
Happy holiday to you all.
Yeah, Thanksgiving to you.
Okay.
Ralph, Judith, kids.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do affirm.
Okay, thank you. Now, what we will do, Mr. Leonard Rodder, representing the city, will place his facts on the matter first, after which, Ms. Robinson, you can then give us your presentation of your understanding of matters. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rodder?
Thank you. I would call for the city's first and only witness, Dr. John Farnham.
Okay, Mr. Farnham. Please raise your right hand, Mr. Farnham. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Place your hand down.
Thank you, Dr. Farnham. I'm sorry.
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry, Dr. Farnham, could you state your title or your position with the city?
Yes, I'm the executive director of the Philadelphia Historical Commission.
And how long have you had that position?
Since 2005 in various forms, but director essentially since 2005.
And as director of the commission, you are, would it be fair to say that you're essentially the chief administrative officer for the commission?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but you're not a you're not a commission member yourself.
No, I am not.
Okay, so in that capacity, do you maintain the records of the historical commission?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that would include things like keeping the records of the decisions of the commission, the meeting minutes, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, and in the course of and scope of that work, did a matter concerning 2100 Diamond Street come before the Philadelphia Historical Commission recently or relatively
yes.
recent?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I'm gonna, and with the board's permission, I'd like to share my screen.
Yes.
Now I'm showing you a document here. I actually probably need to reduce it just a little bit so you can see. That should be good. Can you identify what this is?
That is the first page, the table of contents of the record that was generated from the Historical Commission's review for the project under appeal.
Okay. Now, with respect to the project, this started as a building permit application that was submitted to the commission?
Yes.
And when was that submitted?
Submitted April 6th of this year, 2023.
Okay. I'm just going to scroll down. This is previously marked as Exhibit 1. And can you identify this document?
That is a building permit application. It's the form that the Historical Commission typically uses when it, as a means of keeping track of the information related to applications to the Historical Commission.
Okay, and just so the board understands, this is what, some might call it an old school form. It's essentially like an actual separate document that's filled out and then submitted, in this case, to the commission.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could just tell the board what the description of the work was that was submitted. Oh, and just so we're clear, the applicant says Modesto Bigas Valadon. Is that the architect for the project, or who is that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The property owner is who?
The city of Philadelphia.
Okay. So now could you just tell the board briefly what the application was for? What is the city proposing to do at this location?
Certainly. This application proposes to construct a public safety building, which includes facilities for the police department and also PAL, Police Athletic League recreation facility, building that would be constructed on a vacant lot at 2100 Diamond Street.
Okay. Now, why did this permit application have to go to the Historical Commission?
The vacant lot in question is at the far southwest corner of the Diamond Street Historic District, a historic district that the Historical Commission designated in 1986. And the Historical Commission reviews all applications proposing alterations, additions, and demolitions, as well as new construction on properties within historic districts.
Now, as you can see, I'm scrolling through some additional documents that were attached to the building permit application. Were these documents all part of the package that was reviewed by the staff and the committee and the commission, which we'll go into briefly in a minute?
Yes, these are
Okay.
the documents defining the project.
And this bird's eye view or satellite view here, that shows the proposed location of the facility?
Yes.
Okay. And there's just another view of that. And again, these are just various, mostly aerial views of where the facility would be and what some of the other adjacent types of properties are, institutional type properties.
Yes.
Okay. Now, these, again, this is all part of the application, but also this shows, what do these photos depict? Are these properties that are nearby?
Yes, that's showing the context, the neighborhood adjacent to the site within the Diamond Street Historic District.
Now, on the top left photo here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, the one marked A, is that on the same block as the proposed center?
Yes, I believe that's on the north side of the 2100 block.
Okay, so it's fair to, would it be fair to say that that's across the street from the proposed center?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this shows some of the, do these photos show some of the common architectural features that are seen in the district?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we see another overview of some of the district, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and here, maybe if I can move this a little bit there. This shows a map of the Diamond Street in green, where the Diamond Street district is.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Running from
And
Broad Street West, yes.
I'm sorry, and this property is this between 21st and Van Pelt Street?
Yes.
And that's the edge of the district, is that right?
Yes, the very southwest corner of the district.
Okay. Again, just more views here. Try to speed through this. So again, all these materials that I'm flipping through here, these were all submitted. This is all part of the permit application that was submitted to the commission. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, what do these photos show?
Those photos, I believe, show the site or sites themselves or sites in the immediate area of the police station. They aren't labeled. I guess they do have labels that perhaps correlate to a plan, but they're showing the vacant lot on which the public safety building would be constructed, and also some of their lots where I believe parking would be added.
Okay, now just you've said that this is a vacant lot. Why would a vacant lot be considered part of the historic district?
At the time, well, there often are vacant lots within historic districts. At the time the historic district was created in 1986, there were some buildings standing on parts of these now vacant lots. There were also vacant lots at the time. The buildings that were standing on those lots were demolished, I believe in the 1990s, and I believe by the city owing to their conditions that I believe were declared imminently dangerous and demolished.
And the city at some point acquired the properties, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did
I know
these?
that the city is the current owner of the properties. I don't know when it acquired them.
Okay, that's fine. And again, these are more photos showing the existing lot conditions.
Yes.
Okay. And is this an overview showing where the lots are in question?
Yes.
Okay. And this rendering, what does this depict?
This is a rendering of the proposed public safety building.
Okay. And again, this is just another view from a different angle.
Yes, just looking to the southeast from the
Okay,
north.
so again, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but going from the bottom, the middle of the bottom of this view towards the top left corner, that would be, that's Diamond Street, isn't it?
Yes, that is Diamond Street.
And then this other street that crosses that, is that 21st?
I can't see your cursor now, but it would be 21st to the east and Van Pelt to the west.
Okay, great. Okay. So again, the building that was being proposed that's being reviewed by the commission, were they reviewing what's happening on all three of these lots or just the one lot where the actual building would be constructed?
Reviewing work on some of the lots. Some of the lots are outside of the historic district. The properties to the west of Van Pelt are outside the district, and also some of the properties to the south are outside of the historic district. Only the parcels that faced Diamond Street that had buildings on them were within the district. So this project spans that district boundary, and the Historical Commission has jurisdiction within the district boundary, but not outside it.
Okay. And again, just going quickly through some of the site plans that are proposed. So again, the middle section here, is that primarily the building that was being reviewed by the commission?
Yes.
Okay, and it's fair to say that to the west of that, the police parking facility that's proposed, that was not under the commission's review.
Yes, that is correct.
And what about the civilian parking? Did that come under the review?
I believe that the northern portion of that is within the district, but not the entirety of that parking.
Okay. And again, just some floor plans, just showing what the activities are that are proposed. And again, the activities within the building, are those reviewed by the commission?
No, the commission has no jurisdiction over use or over interiors, only over the exterior envelope of the building.
Okay. So, and this is a rendering of the front elevation of the building on Diamond Street?
Yes.
Okay. And this blank spot here, that's proposed to be a mural of some sort eventually?
Yes, eventually.
Okay. But no specific mural was reviewed by the commission at this time?
That is true. The commission did indicate that it would conduct a second review once a decision had been made about the design for the mural.
Okay. And again, this is I guess the rear of the building?
Yes.
The proposed building. This is the west elevation?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the east elevation, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So with respect, just in reference to some of the photos of the buildings in the district that were shown, was the city and the architects proposing that the exterior design and brickwork or the exterior brickwork on the proposed building would be compatible with the existing historic buildings in the district?
Yes, that was the intent of the architecture, to draw on the historic buildings in the district, but not to replicate them precisely, but to be inspired by them.
Okay. And again, just a couple more of those. Another artist rendering, architect's rendering. All right, now I'm going to draw your attention to Exhibit 2 here. And what are we looking at here in Exhibit 2?
This is just an overview of the project, explaining the project to the members of the Historical Commission and the members of the Architectural Committee, written by one of my colleagues, a staff member, Kim Chantry, with a recommendation regarding whether or not to approve the application.
Okay.
So this is standard with every application that is presented to the Architectural Committee and Historical Commission.
So when an application is submitted, it first goes to the staff and the staff reviews it. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And then it is then referred to the Architectural Committee. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the Architectural Committee makes a recommendation on whether to approve or suggest changes, and then they make those recommendations to the full commission.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And then the full commission ultimately reviews the matter and they make a decision.
Yes.
Okay. Now, because it's likely to come up at some point, had the commission previously reviewed this project, that is before April of 2023?
Yes, the Historical Commission reviewed an earlier version of this project in 2020.
And
Yes.
what was the result of that?
At that point, the Historical Commission denied the application.
Okay, and fast forward 3 years, the city and the architect tweaked the application, and they submitted a new application to the commission. Is that right?
Yes, they submitted a proposal for a significantly different building. The initial application did not include a PAL center, different materials, different design, without a mural.
Okay.
So a wholly different application.
Now we're looking here at Exhibit 3. Does the Historical Commission solicit public comment on its reviews?
Yes, anyone may submit written public comment in advance of the reviews and or participate in the meetings and offer comment during the meetings themselves.
Does the preservation ordinance require applicants to do that? Is there a specific requirement for applicants to meet with communities or community groups prior to having the commission review an application?
No, that's outside the Historical Commission's purview.
So any
Doesn't
community engagement by the applicant, it would be, at least with respect to the Historical Commission review, would be gratuitous.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So if there were any outreach or engagement by an applicant with the local community or an RCO or community group with respect to an application that's being reviewed by the commission, that outreach or engagement would be gratuitous on the part of the applicant.
Yes. The Historic Preservation Ordinance lays out criteria for the review of applications, and it does not place any obligation on an applicant to conduct any sort of community outreach.
But having said that, with pursuant to the Sunshine Act, the commission does, in fact, allow and actually is required to allow for public comment.
Yes.
Okay. And was public comment received with respect to this application?
Yes.
Okay. So we're back to Exhibit 3. What's this document we're looking at?
This is a letter from a community member regarding the project that was submitted to the Historical Commission in advance of the reviews and then provided to the commission as well as the Architectural Committee.
Okay. Now I'm going to draw your attention to Exhibit 4. What is this?
This is a meeting minute from the meeting of the Architectural Committee, at which time the committee reviewed the proposal.
Okay, and they had a quorum at that time?
Yes. Looks
Okay.
like all members, all 7 were in attendance.
Okay, and was the current appellant, Ms. Robinson, was she present at the Architectural Committee?
I believe so, yes. If we can, yeah, she's listed second in the members of the public present at the meeting.
Okay. I'm gonna scroll down and see if I can find.
It starts on page 67 of the PDF.
Oh, thanks, John. And I have that written down, but it's too dark here. All right, there we go. So all the materials that we just looked at, the application materials, the plans, the overviews, the photographs, the public comment, and the staff's review, that was all provided to the Architectural Committee. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And it's all part of the record of the Historical Commission, isn't that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So the city appeared and they presented the application to the Architectural Committee, and again, without going on to all the specific comments of the committee members, would it be fair to say that the application, how was the application received? Was it positively received, received by the committee?
Yes, it was received in a positive manner, and I think the vote reflects that.
Okay, and what was the vote?
The vote was 6-1 in favor of approval.
Okay, now, again, in terms of the public comment that was received, was the appellant, did the appellant make any comment at the time of the architectural committee?
Yes, and I think you just scrolled past it.
Sure.
So 2 members of the public commented, the appellant Judith Robinson and community member Ruth Burchett.
And was Ms. Burchett the author of the public comment that would have been submitted prior to the meeting, the letter?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go down to the next exhibit here. Exhibit 5, and what are we looking at here?
This is the meeting minute from the review of the Historical Commission on May 12th, 2023.
Okay. And again, they had a quorum at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, both of these meetings, these were virtual meetings?
Yes, they were held on Zoom.
Okay. And again, was Ms. Robinson present at this time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. So, John, if you just tell me what, because I don't want to switch to the contents. What page is
105.
105, thanks. So then I'll draw your attention now to the section of the minutes involving 2100 Diamond Street. And again, same thing, all the application materials that had previously been submitted, public comment, etc. This was all reviewed by the full commission, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And again, the commission was advised about the fact that the lot was vacant, and they were advised about the prior or reminded of the prior application that had been denied. All of that was presented to the full commission.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Reuter, if I may, can you go back to the vote? Didn't get a chance to take a look at the vote.
Oh, this is, we're not there yet. This is,
okay. All
this
right.
is, that's a prior, these are the entire minutes. So that's the vote for the prior, that was, yeah, an unrelated thing. Yeah. So we'll get to that in just a sec. Now, again, was it fair to say there was public comment received, more public comment was received at the full commission meeting than at the architectural committee?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And with respect to any challenges to the design of the structure, were there alternative designs that other third parties presented? Were there specific challenges to the design that were raised, or anything along those lines?
No, I wouldn't. I would say that certainly a few members of the public objected to the construction of the facility at the site, but no one objected specifically to the architectural design of the proposed building.
Now, it'd be fair to say that Ms. Robinson opposed the project, but is it also true that there were members of the community that were in support of the project?
Yes, there were several members in support, including Council President Clark attended the meeting and spoke in favor of the proposal.
Okay. And what was the final vote?
The vote was to approve the application as satisfying Standard 9, which is one of the Secretary of the Interior's standards, the Federal Historic Preservation Design Standards. The vote was 9-0. 3 members were absent, 7 as a quorum. So it passed unanimously.
Now, in terms of the actual standard, when the historical commission is reviewing new construction in a vacant lot in a historic district, what is the standard of review?
The standard is that well, they're looking to ensure that the proposed building is compatible with the surrounding historic district. And compatible would mean that its massing, size, scale, materials, features are compatible with the district.
Okay. And there's a reference here in the minutes to Standard 9. What is Standard 9?
Standard 9 is one of the 10 standards that the Historical Commission applies or looks to ensure that designs meet or satisfy. And as I mentioned, they are federal standards, and most federal, state, and local historic preservation agencies use them as the standards to judge projects. Standard 9 relates to new construction, so that's why the standard was applied here. And the Historical Commission found that the proposed building was compatible with the site and with its surroundings.
Okay.
And
So
by that, compatible architectural.
right. So an applicant or a property owner who owns a vacant lot in a historic district that comes within the commission's full jurisdiction isn't required to rebuild the building that was there, are they?
No.
They're encouraged to design something new, but that is still compatible. And
yes.
And would it be, and based upon the vote and the reference to Standard 9, is it fair to say that the commission, that vote speaks for itself, that the commission believes that that the proposed design is compatible?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what the commission concluded in this case.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think the other exhibits are just notices that were sent. So we'll just look at it real quick. There is a link just for the board. We're not going to play it. There is a link in the record to the recording, the Zoom recording of the Historical Commission's full meeting on May 12th. And then we also have Dr. Farnham, just to identify for the record. We're not going to talk about it much, but the Exhibit 7, what is that?
That's a letter from the Historical Commission to the applicant, providing the Historical Commission's decision.
Okay.
In this case, to approve the application.
All right. I have no further questions for Dr. Farnham, and that is the city's case. There have been no materials or any documentation received by the appellant. No, in the appeal, the notice of appeal that was submitted raised no issues regarding the design or the architecture or the standards and guidelines or anything along those lines. So the city has no further evidence that it needs to produce at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson.
I'm sorry, just very quickly. I'm sorry, just needed to get one thing just so the record is complete. Dr. Farnham, all these documents that we just reviewed, are these documents kept in the regular order of business of the Historical Commission?
Yes, they are.
And as executive director of the commission, it's your special duty to make sure all of these are accurate and true and correct copies?
Yes.
Okay. So with that then, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the documents presented be entered into the record.
So moved. Thank you. Ms. Robinson, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Farnham?
Yes. Because the Philadelphia Historic Commission is steward about historic assets, did you all have a conversation with the city of Philadelphia regarding the importance of the historic district when they came to you all to put this development on our historic designated since 1986?
Yes, I had several conversations and meetings with the Department of Public Property and with its consultants, and my colleagues, my staff members did as well. We spoke to them about, all aspects of the review and the historic district. So yes.
Okay. Did you all discuss with them the RM1 designation, that they would have another hurdle to go through besides taking away our historic corridor, that they would also be.
Ms. Robinson, just for a moment. There's something wrong
Yes,
with you. We're
yes.
losing every other word that you speak.
Can you hear me
much,
now?
Yeah,
Can you hear
much
me
better.
now? I'm sorry, I think I had my hand over the area. So my question is, when this city of Philadelphia came before you to ascertain if this was an appropriate site for a police station, did you impress upon them that it was housing there before?
I'm going to object to relevance. The zoning and the use of the property does not come within the Historical Commission's authority.
Okay.
It's
Ms. Robinson,
simply not part of this decision.
Yeah, Mr. Robinson, the objection has to do with the eventual use of the property, and that's not within the Historic Commission's decision base. The zoning board will make that decision, which I think there's a zoning hearing coming up.
Well, that's true. However,
so just what I'm saying is that I'm overruling your objection. I guess is what I want to be clear. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sustaining Mr. Ryder's objection. It's late in the day. I'm sustaining his objection, asking if you move on with a different question.
Okay. Well, I would like to know if there was a discussion about the parking being non-accessory or parking that was not a part of the actual two-building project. Did you all discuss even within the historic district?
Same objection.
Ms. Robinson, it sounds like your questions are more relevant to the zoning matters than it is to Historic Commission decisions. Now, you recall earlier.
No, let me say why I'm asking this question.
Ms. Robinson, when I'm speaking, everybody stops and listens. When Mr. Farham, testified earlier, he indicated that their responsibility has to do with compatibility with the historic design of the existing properties, not the use of the property. And so you were concerned that thus far has been use related.
No, sir.
Well, that's my decision. So let's go on with additional questions.
All right, so I want to say this. I have to get clarity here because when a developer comes,
now, Ms. Robinson, make clear you're cross-examining Mr. Farnham based on his testimony. You can make a presentation in a minute, but at the moment you're cross-examining him. So ask questions that are relevant to his testimony.
Were the city informed that this was the first historic district in the city of Philadelphia, designated 1986?
I would say yes. I had meetings with staff at the city of Philadelphia who are involved in the development of this project. They were keenly aware of the historic district, when and why it was designated, what buildings had stood on the site at one time. Yes.
Okay. Were they informed that these houses would never be able to be built again? That let me ask this. I'm sorry. Let me backtrack a little bit. Were they informed that the benefits of the historic corridor would be that there would be a replica per
Ms. Robinson,
the law?
Did you have?
I'm sorry, I'm going somewhere else.
No,
again.
I think
sorry.
your hand is on your device again because we lost half of what you said.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. So I've just wondered if the city of Philadelphia was informed. You said you were informed. They were informed that this was city of Philadelphia first historic district. So I'm going to rest my questioning right there because I want to get to the meat of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rowdy, anything else?
No redirect. And would you need Dr. Farnham to stay?
Yes, in case we have to come back and ask any clarifying questions. It's late in the evening, but we have to do that in order to make sure we hear this matter completely.
Okay.
Ms. Robinson,
we have no further questions.
Okay.
Or anything to present. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, do you have any witnesses to present this evening?
I was hopefully and prayerfully that some people from the community are still on this call, and I want to make sure they're respected. And if they raise their hand, that they will get an opportunity to speak on this matter. I have
No,
them
Ms.
being-
Robinson, that is not how we do it. This is
Okay,
not
I
a
don't
community
know.
hearing. This is what we will do. If you have a specific, if you have a witness to call, and what you have to ask them very specific questions, they have to respond to your questions. We don't allow narrative speeches in these hearings, okay? And so anybody who speaks should be relevant to the issue. They have some design experience, some experience with historic properties or the process of the Historic Commission, or they are affected neighbors, meaning they live across the street, down the block or something. But as general comment, that will not happen. We need you to as the appellant, to call witnesses that have very specific contributions to make that would help us make a decision.
Okay, sir. In that regard, do I call the witnesses now or just let you know that they're here?
If you have a specific witness, how many witnesses would you want to call?
I
'Cause we
believe
will
I
limit
have
that.
3 witnesses or 4 witnesses that are still on the call if they're still available.
Okay,
I have,
now two things. You can call those 3 people. We will need to swear them in, and they should not be presenting repetitive testimony. Each person should be presenting something different and new that's relevant. Because keep in mind, our authority at the Board of Review is to determine if the Historic Commission followed its rules and procedures. If they've done that, then our hands are tied. We do not get to second guess the commission in terms of decision that it makes. We have to make sure that they follow their rules and procedures. If they've done that, then that's the decision we have to make. Okay?
well, I'm not clear on that, but
Do I need to repeat it? You said
yes, please.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that the decision authority of the Board of Review is to determine if the Historic Commission has followed its established rules and procedures in the decision that it made. It is not to second guess the decision that it makes. We may or may not like it. That's not our role. Our role is to make sure they follow the established rules and procedures. That's all. That's what we're allowed to do as the board.
Sir, I understand that. I appreciate that. So
Okay.
do I call my witnesses prior to my presentation?
Yes, because we're going to be limited on the presentation you make. So you decide whether you want to put facts on the table first or call them later. It's up to you.
I can put facts on the table first, then I'll call witnesses.
Okay. And just be aware that as we always do, if we believe that the presentation is not on point, we will stop you.
Sure, I know I'm out of my league. I know that, I've been played out of position, all that good stuff. But I want everybody to understand that this is a project being bullied on us as a community. But I'm going to now get to my point. Is that where I go now, sir?
Yes,
For my
ma'am. Yes.
presentation?
Sure.
Okay, so good evening and thank you all for your attention. My name is Judith Robinson. I am a representative emeritus of the 32nd Ward RCO. So I want to make sure that I'm not distinguishing or limiting any of my rights as a citizen. At the time of this application, it can be verified through the Planning Commission that the 32nd Ward was established as an RCO and that I, Judith Robinson, was the facilitator. I am a committee member of the 32nd Ward, 13th Division. I want to make certain that I'm not relinquishing any of my rights as a citizen or as a member of the 32nd Ward RCO. I bring this issue up because just recently, the city of Philadelphia had a hearing about indemnification of RCOs. If there's by any chance that I could have been protected in this process, as I did file this complaint or this appeal on June the 1st, they did not lie and claim that we were not verified as an RCO until June the 30th. So I just want to put that on record. So I want to say this and stop right now to say if my rights are being violated because you all didn't understand that Judith Robinson, who was the facilitator of the RCO, who had been a facilitator for a decade with RCO matters, that I want to make sure that I'm not relinquishing any rights, that I would be held to as the head of the facilitator of, the representative of the 32nd Ward, 13th Division, and also the facilitator of the RCO. So I want to just make sure if there's any chance that I'm doing anything that would render my rights violated, I want to make sure I put that on record. So in that regard, I'll move on. So I am a committee person. On June of 2021, we convened as a community in COVID, you all. So we were afraid to even gather together, but we did gather together in an outdoor space at our garden, La Woods of Susquehanna, 2012 through 22 West Susquehanna Avenue. And those documents will be presented as we move forward with this, because it appears that we're being usurped by our own elected official who's about to retire after over 30 years of representing us. But I am Representative Emeritus, and I'm proud to say that even after this usurpation of my rights as a citizen.
Now, Ms.
So I wanna
Robinson,
just
I'm
say-
going to encourage you to focus in on the Historic Commission.
Okay, I will. So I want to ask them to please overturn this horrible decision of the Historic Commission made May the 12th of 2023. This changed the decision of June of 2021, of which happened after the meeting that I referred. And that decision was voted on 7, 4, 2 against, and 1 abstention. I want to make sure you all understand that. We asked the question, is this police facility the best and highest use on our historic corridor? And they said no. They voted 7-2 with 1 abstention, June of 2021. We thought we had
Wait, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Robinson,
yeah.
the vote that you, yeah, the vote that you just referenced indicates that they approved it 7-4. Am I wrong, Ms. Hearing?
No, sir. No, they changed the decision. They voted against having this facility on our historic corridor. That was June of 2021. 7-2 against this facility on our historic corridor, sir.
Okay, my apologies.
And we even won an award.
I misheard
you. I'm telling you. So, I didn't know that I could bring every document, everything, and I'll save some for later. But I want you to know that they voted 7-2.
But we have in the record already that the previous application was rejected. That's been put in the record. We know that. So what would be helpful to hear would be why you believe that the Historic Commission has violated any of its rules or regulations or procedures, and we should void the decision.
Okay, because this corridor was designated back in 1986. Can I please have my next
you've gone completely blank. We don't hear you at all now.
Can you hear me now? Yeah,
Yes,
I had
yes,
a presentation that I did send to the Board of Administration. Do you have that, please?
Do you have it? You want to share a screen to show us something?
No, I had already sent it in to them. I didn't think I would have to share a screen with you.
Yes,
Do you
if
have
you
that?
want that's your evidence. If you want to share it, then you have to share a screen. I'm not sure, Mr. Router, what she's referring to.
So
Sorry,
the
I'm
presentation
not
that I
sure either.
sent, the presentation that I sent to the Board Administration is not available. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't believe we have it, Mr. Router.
I didn't receive anything. I would ask Mr. Wade if anything was provided to the board ahead of today's hearing.
Yeah, but each appellate in its presentation is responsible for his or her own records. So if you have something you want to show, then you would present it and not depend on our records for that purpose.
So every document that I sent to you will not be able to be put into the record today?
No, if you want to present it, sure, you can present it as your information, but it's up to you to do that, I guess is what I'm saying.
So listen, the citizens are really at a major disadvantage. I go to a lot of board meetings and hearings, but this is the first time I've been in front of this board. So I didn't want to just confirm that I'm not being somehow allowed to testify in this hearing when I came to this board under the RCO. So let me just move forward, because it appears that we're going to have to do whatever we can to go to the next level. Okay, so let me talk about this, because traffic studies and parking study and environmental study should have been considered before the Historic Commission would have moved forward with this project.
Okay, now that will be handled by the zoning board. That's where that's addressed.
Okay, how about the fact that we never had any planning? So a part of this plan should have been some checking from the Planning Commission. I noticed on the document there was no Planning Commission. In my decade of being a facilitator, there was not one meeting in the past 10 years of my facilitation where this project was came in front of me. So I want to just mention that there's no planning. We don't know what land at the 17th and Montgomery, any plans about that. I want to point out that this land is zoned RM1, is residential. And I think that's a very important point that I hope that was impressed upon the city, as this is a place where we could have much needed housing. And then in addition, I know it's a late night and I don't want to drag you all too long, but I want to get this out because this is so important.
Ms. Robinson,
absolutely no project.
Ms. Robinson, but the issue of
Yes.
use in terms of whether it's housing or institutional or commercial, that's a zoning question. And those issues can be argued before the Zoning Board of Adjustment when they present their variance requests.
Yeah, understanding, sir. But listen, the fact that this is the first historic district in the city of Philadelphia, and we're a poor Black community, and I just want to make sure that nobody missed the point of how important history is to North Philadelphia, to the Black community. So now you're telling me that the documents that I sent to the board administration, why am I even sending documents to them if they're not presented to you all?
Well, what happens
or
is
did
that
you all see the documents I sent?
the documents that each side,
Did you all see the documents I
let me
sent?
respond to you. I'm responding to you. Each person who submits each side, the city of Philadelphia, the lawyer, and the appellant, they change documents. They exchange their evidence that they're going to present during the hearing. And so if you have evidence that you want to submit the documents, then you would do that. You would go on your computer and you would present them and share your screen. The city, just as Mr. Rodder did it early, he shared the documents he wanted to share. We generally do not take documents from the board review file because that's for administrative review purposes. We do not make presentations at the hearing. As the appellant, Ms. Robinson, you would present any evidence you'd like us to see. And so we want to see it, but you have to present it. And it has to be done in a
Okay,
digital
now I
form.
understand. Yeah, I understand all that, but I'm wondering why documents were even requested of me. Did you all see the documents? You all who are making the decision, did you see the documents that I sent in via email?
I did not see them. There's probably the administrator may have it in his file, but the information we make our decision on is what you present as part of your appeal and your presentation at the hearing. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
explain.
listen, I'm going to try to give my best attempt to make you all understand without you all seeing documents, in hope that before you make a decision, you'll go back in that file and review what I'm talking about. Because here's where I want to focus on. I want to focus on the fact that 2100 is a 2-building property with, I was going to present this, and I guess I can wait until zoning because that'll give me a chance. But the building is a 2-building facility with according to the refusal, 28 parking spaces are required, but they have zero.
Okay.
Okay.
All of those are
All right.
all of those are zoning
I
matters.
got you.
So if you
I hear you. I
do
hear
you
you.
have any do you have any specific testimony or witnesses regarding the the Historic Commission process?
Right. Okay. historic process, let me tell you about that day of May the 12th. Something very strange, as Mr. Farnham mentioned, 3 of the commissioners were absent, okay? And then our head of the commissioner, Thomas, was
we're losing
absent.
you
That was
again,
very
Ms. Robinson.
strange. I know.
Ms. Robinson,
I'm sorry.
you're losing
Can you hear me
again.
now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So Mr. Farnham did mention that 3 of the commissioners, the ongoing commissioners, I don't know if these were alternate substitutes or whoever, made this decision, which I'm very suspect about, because the usual commissioners were not in the meeting. So that was very strange that this proposal would be recommended. There were no homeowners who opposed this project or supported this project, I should say. So in addition, there's an environmental issue that I think should have really been brought up, but because it's outside of the historic district, there's a fueling station with this parking at 22nd and Diamond. Very scary. It's an environmental issue.
I've been trying to not object so much, but I will object to any discussion of anything that's happening outside of the commission's review. That's the fueling station's not even within the district.
So noted. Ms. Robinson, do you have any further information, or do you want to call any witnesses that have specific information to offer regarding the Historic Commission decision?
Yes, I do, but I just want to make certain that we are clear about the designation of the historic district and how we as in the Black community are not being represented by the Historic Commission, even though they've done a Herculean job of trying to get us clarity on this. This was the first historic district in the city of Philadelphia, designated by one of their employees in 1986. In 2012, a beautiful lady by the name of Rachel Hildebrand reported on the fact of what has happened to us on this historic district. So I want to know if the Historic Commission explained to the city that they had denied us opportunities to protect our community by demolition by neglect. I still have time, or I'm past that point of being
yes.
able to?
Yeah, I think you
All
are,
right, got you.
Ms. Robinson. Do you have any witnesses you want to call?
Sir, I understand that, and I have a right. Am I correct in that I have a right to appeal this decision, whatever happens here tonight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now who do I appeal that to?
If you want to appeal a decision of this board, all appeals go to the Court of Common Pleas. You can call into the office and they will give you information that will help you make that appeal. They don't do it for you, but you will have to hire an attorney.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But I just want to close by this before I call my witnesses to say, we need to be clear that this is taking away not only our right to a historic corridor, that was the first city of Philadelphia historic overlay. Everybody's talking about overlays now. Well, this is an overlay that will protect our historic corridor and then bring us back housing. But I'm going to stop there and ask if there are 2 or 3 people, sir, if that's what I have a right to pick 2 or 3 people who raise their hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind that they will not be allowed to give narrative testimony, meaning that they must be responding to very specific questions that you will ask them as your witness.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to start with Jackie Wiggins, if she's still on the call.
Okay, there's a Jackie Wiggins, and that's muted. We need to see this person's face.
Yeah, here I am.
Okay, Ms. Wiggins, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Robinson, you have a very specific question to ask of Ms. Wiggins.
Yes, Ms. Wiggins, you being a historic tour guide of many years and a public historian, I noticed that you had mentioned that the Historic Commission wasn't being a proper steward of our historic site. Do you have that section in the Historic Commission's documents that would show that we just haven't been protected as a historic designated corridor?
I don't have that particular document in front of me, but there is a section in the guidelines in terms of declarations. And within those declarations, it states that the Historical Commission has I will use the word responsibility, but that wasn't the word that was used. But they do have, let's say, an obligation to inform the public about preservation. And so we're talking about preservation. I just want to get to what Mr. Farnham had mentioned about the document with respect to compatibility, that they're saying that this police station is compatible with what? Because it's going to be brown. So I'm trying to understand from an historic preservation standpoint where the compatibility piece is and how specifically things changed from that first rejection to the current status.
Okay, so and I think the testimony thus far has been the architectural details of the new building are inspired by the surrounding architecture. That was Mr. Farm's previous testimony. Now, we may not agree, but that was his testimony. Okay. Do you have any additional questions? Mr. Rodder, do you have any cross-examination of Ms. Wiggins?
No cross.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, you have anyone else?
Okay, so that was it for Miss Jackie.
Unless you have another specific question. As I said, you have to ask a particular question for her to respond.
Okay. No, I'll go with if Anita Cummings or BC is still on the call.
I see an image, but I don't see any activation.
Okay. Well, is it David Traub still on the call? He's with Save Our Sites. He understands historic preservation, and he's an architect. Is he still on? I know it's a late hour.
I don't see anyone by that name.
Okay. Well, is there anyone else who would raise their hand so I could take my last witness? Okay, well, thank you. Now, at this point, do I have to finish my presentation?
Yes, we have to get to your final few words. I will ask Mr. Rodder similarly to do the same thing so we can call the vote.
Okay, so I want to make sure that we're clear as to the reason why this property, this vacant land has been vacant for 40 years. We have the same elected officials and continuation of elected officials for the past 30 some years. So it's vacant based on eminent domain. If some of us in the community might remember Dr. Clark, who is a doctor on Diamond Street, historic Diamond Street. We have famous artists on Diamond Street from 20th all the way up to where this police station would be plopped, interrupting Black history. We have Richard R. Wright. We have Paul F. Keene, a famous artist, all up and down Diamond Street, all the way over to Friends of the Tanner House, which I'm a part of. So we just want to say, please allow us an opportunity to keep our historic corridor. It's very important to the history of Philadelphia. It's very important to the history of the Black community. We have all this history, and to be honest with you, we're just finding out a lot of things about it, only to have this police station interrupt our corridor. There would be housing put back in this place, and the housing would have the facade of what was there, and they're handsome homes. I wish I did have capacity to show you all, but we'll get another opportunity, I'm sure, as we have to move forward, if we do. But we're praying that we do not have to go beyond this point, that you all will see the benefit of having a Black community have the first historic corridor in the city of Philadelphia. I'll say this in closing.
Ms. Robinson, I'd ask you to close,
I'm
please.
Close up, sir.
Okay.
I'm closing up, sir.
Okay.
So in closing, the Declaration of Independence is a celebration 2026, the 200th year of the Declaration of Independence. And there's an opportunity for the Black community to have tourism in our community. We just had Visit Philadelphia come and visit us in North Philly, and we're very proud to say that. So we say, give us back our historic corridor. Give us an opportunity to have some quality off the beaten path. We don't have economic development, but this historic corridor is our ticket to ride. So give us back our historic corridor. Give us an opportunity to teach our youth how to sell history. That's what we're talking about. And housing would be put back there. So those are the two main issues that we want to express. And we'll meet you wherever we have to meet you. I'm a homeowner. I'm a grandmother. I am a committee person. So I am speaking for my community. We have a petition.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
And
Robinson.
we have, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. Ryder, you have any final comments, final argument?
Again, just we would reiterate that again, the board's decision to approve the permit application was not clearly erroneous. That is the standard when the Board of L&I reviews a permit review decision by the Historical Commission, is that you can only reverse them if it's determined that they were clearly erroneous. I just do want to comment briefly that again, the Historical Commission designated the Diamond Street corridor. The Historical Commission has worked with property owners over many years to preserve and protect as many properties as possible. Yes, the properties that used to be at 2100 Diamond Street were demolished, unfortunately, after many years of neglect, because again, keeping in mind that the designation of a property as historic is not a guarantee that it'll be protected. It actually provides incentives to protect it. But unfortunately, if you have absentee property owners or if there's no money there, it happens. This is a vacant lot. The main portion, which is where the main building is going to be, is a vacant lot. It's been vacant for over 20 years. The Historical Commission's decision has nothing to do with the potential uses of the property. It has nothing to do with the zoning, has nothing to do with what we recognize is the city recognizes as a need for more affordable housing. But there's also a need for this public safety center at this location. We've heard nothing about any criticism or of the design of the property. Nothing addressing Standard 9 of the Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines for historic preservation. And again, the commission, nobody has more respect for trying to preserve the Diamond Street Historic District than the Historical Commission itself. In fact, I myself and the commission have worked with persons that are trying to save, for instance, the Tanner House in particular, which Ms. Robinson had just mentioned. So again, we would ask the board to affirm the Historical Commission's decision and deny the appeal and make a finding that their decision to the commission was not clearly erroneous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairperson,
yes,
we
sir.
just take a very, very brief 2-minute executive session?
Okay, all righty, let's do that. Let's go. Okay, thank you. We're back on the record regarding this matter on Diamond Street. Just so that I'm very specific about it, 2100 Diamond Street. Just for the record, it's make it clear that we, in fact, took advantage of the opportunity during executive session to take a look at the documents that were presented by the appellant, most of which was very specifically focused on the zoning related matters. And so it's just want to make sure the record reflects that we did go back and ensure that we had that information in the file.
If I could, and I'm not going to object to that, but if
I'll send them now.
If thanks. That's
Okay.
exactly what I was going to ask for. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wright, I didn't realize.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm in my car. It's a little dark. I'm parked. Can you see me?
Understood. Yes, sir. You can see you that you're
Okay.
parked. We're good. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So now what we want to do is call the vote on this 2100 Diamond Street matter. And that's HA-2023-002498, 2100 Diamond Street, Judith Robinson, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay. The 3-vote panel, the Majority rule is the city affirmed. Ms. Robinson, you, as I indicated earlier, you may appeal the decision of this panel, and you can check in with the office, Illinois Board of Review, and they can give you information that you would need to make the appeal. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, your participation, and working through this. Have a good evening.
Thank you and happy
Thank
Thanksgiving
you
to
all. Have a
everyone.
good evening.
Thank you.
Great Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.